Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the December meeting of the Historic Preservation Board. It's a very cold morning, and in the season of the holidays, I'd like to wish everyone a Merry Christmas, a Happy Hanukkah, and a Happy Kwanzaa. And I just wanted to add before we start officially that I'm already missing Scott Needleman. This may be possibly his last appearance with the HPB. And I know he's done a fantastic job, and he has great insight and will be sorely missed as an Historic District representative, an activist, and an extremely knowledgeable member. So congratulations to Scott for his 6 years of service. It's been a pleasure being with you, and we look forward to seeing you do great things for historic preservation in the future. So with that said, congratulations, and I turn it over to Debbie and Nick.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I just have a couple of quick announcements before Debbie introduces the agenda. Today's meeting of the Historic Preservation Board has been scheduled as a hybrid, virtual, and in-person meeting, with a quorum of the board physically present at the Miami Beach Convention Center, and remaining board members, applicants, staff, and members of the public appearing virtually via Zoom. In order to participate in today's meeting, members of the public may dial 1-877-853-5257 and enter the webinar ID, which is 860-3778-6269#, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 860-3778-6269. Any individual wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they're using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if they're participating by phone. Individuals who do not have access to a computer and wish to provide testimony or submit evidence in support of or in opposition to an item scheduled to be heard today may appear in person at the Miami Beach Convention Center at 1901 Convention Center Drive through the Washington Avenue entrance in Art Deco Room 237. At this location, access to a computer will be provided. Before I swear in members of staff who will be providing testimony today, I'd like to read the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance, to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they're communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. And at this time, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to swear in members of staff. So Debbie, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Is anyone else on the line from staff?
Jake is also here.
Okay. Where?
I do.
Thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Good morning, members of the board. Welcome to the December 8th meeting of the Historic Preservation Board. We are starting an hour late today. We will do our best to try and see if we can have a bit of an extension this afternoon. However, that hasn't been confirmed yet. So I just ask everyone for their patience as we do have a full agenda this morning. Two quick announcements. First, I did hear from the city clerk with regard to the 2021 board appointments. That will be taken up at the January City Commission meeting. So for the 3 board members that are currently either up for reappointment or Mr. Needleman, who is termed out, I would ask you to plan on attending the January 12th meeting because I do not believe the City Commission will take action on any of your seats until after the January 12th meeting. One other quick announcement is that we did get a request from the applicants of 3425 Collins Avenue. This is HPV file 200430 to be heard first. This is due to one of their presenters. Their architect will be presenting from Japan, and it's rather late in Japan. I confirmed with the chairman and the interested parties from the public that there's no objection to hearing this item first as the first regular agenda. Moving into our normal order of business this morning, the first item would be the approval of the November 10th, 2020 minutes. Do I have a motion for that?
I'll move them.
Okay, moved by Mr. Pascal. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Lopez. All those in favor? Okay, I don't see Ms. Liebman. Ms. Liebman, are you on the call? We can move on. I would just ask staff to check with Nancy Liebman to make sure she is currently with us. I saw her earlier this morning, so she may be having some technical difficulties. I can mark her as absent, and that passes, so the minutes have been approved. We do have two requests for continuance or withdrawals this morning. The first application is HPB file 190349. This is 910 Marseille and 7116 Bay Drive. This particular application, the applicant has requested a deferral. They have met with staff. They need more time than the code allows them to continue the application. So they have deferred the item, and any new presentation of this item will require a full public notice. So there is no action required by this board, but because it was on the agenda, I wanted to let everyone know what was going on with that. The next request is, let me just check to make sure there was no one from the public that wished to speak on that one, and I don't see any hands raised. The next application is HPB 20-0386. This is 7835 Harding Avenue. I believe the applicant is requesting a continuance to the January 12th meeting. And I do see one particular member of the public with their hand raised. So if we could take their comment prior to the board voting on this, the phone number ending in 1733.
Is the applicant, or is this are you accepting?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Is the caller on the line? I'd like to start by swearing in the caller and then ask that they state their name. Let's see.
Hi there, caller. If you please click *6 to unmute yourself.
Again, this is the phone number ending in 1733. Okay. I think we can open this to a motion. Staff has no objection to the requested continuance.
So I'll move to continue the item to the January 12th meeting.
Okay, that's a motion by Mr. Pascal. Do we have a second?
I'll second that. I second.
Scott.
Scott, thank you. All those in favor? Okay, that passes. I do have an update. Ms. Liebman is having some technical issues. We're hoping to get her back on. So staff is working on that. With that, we can move on. Again, we're taking HPB file 20-0430. 3425 Collins Avenue, out of order this morning. This is an application for a certificate of modifications to a previously issued certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition, renovation, and restoration of the existing contributing hotel building, including the demolition of the 1955 South Addition, the construction of a new detached ground level addition. Specifically, the applicant is requesting approval of a redesigned new detached ground level tower additions and modifications to the site plan. Just briefly, we outlined the extensive history, the board applications for this particular project in detail in the staff report. The overall project was originally approved in 2014. That project had then received a building permit, which is still active on the site. Over the past several months, the board has seen modifications to this approval, primarily focused on the historic Versailles tower building. The application that's currently before you is relative to the proposed new construction, which is the South Tower addition. The currently proposed South Tower addition is designed by renowned architect Kengo Kuma. It is in approximately the same location as the previously approved and permitted tower. However, it is proposed to be set back further from Collins Avenue, which staff believes will enhance the views to the historic building from Collins Avenue. So we were pleased with that. We are also, we'd like to commend the team for a very high quality design, which is commensurate in quality with the historic architecture in the district. We believe that the design responds to the unique architectural character of the district and has many positive attributes, including the tapered balcony edges, the delicate vertical screening elements, and rounded angular form of the structure. As currently proposed, however, staff does have one concern with regarding the scale of the proposed tower. We do believe that, as shown in the plans that were submitted, we believe the proposed 250-foot height may have the potential to overwhelm the historic Versailles. As we continue to work with the applicant after the writing of this report, the applicant has advised staff that they have been working on reducing the height. Staff had provided a few suggestions on how this could be accomplished, including potentially a reduction in the pedestal height, which is quite tall, as well as potentially setting back additionally the portion above 200 feet on both the east and west sides. So the applicant has advised us that they have agreed to reduce the podium height. And they have also agreed to reduce the penthouse levels 16 and 17. Staff has not had an opportunity at this time to fully evaluate the proposed changes. We do, however, believe that these changes will likely serve to satisfy the certificate of appropriateness criteria in terms of its compatibility with the historic building. However, we do believe that this should come back to the board so the board can fully evaluate the project as amended, and as so the public can also evaluate this. After the discussions with the applicant, we have also recently been advised, and I believe all the board members have been advised, that they have come to an agreement with their neighbors to the south. That is the Faina House condominium. And they will be actually revising the plans even further to address some of the points that were part of that agreement. The next significant element to this current application is the proposed basement. They are proposing a 3-level subterranean area of over approximately 145,000 square feet. This is quite extensive. While this will not create any sort of visual impact on the historic district, staff has pointed out some resiliency issues, which the applicant, we believe the applicant has addressed. They have submitted a proffer for the resiliency in terms of injection wells for the entire Indian Creek neighborhood that they're located in. That has been reviewed by the city's Public Works Department, and the city does believe that that will provide a significant benefit in terms of resiliency for the neighborhood. Staff has also included some additional resiliency recommendations within the draft report that the applicant has agreed to. So we do believe that this will be able to complement the city's initiatives with regard to sea level rise mitigation. We do have one concern, notwithstanding the benefits that the applicant is agreeing to for stormwater management, regarding the structural integrity of the historic building. So a portion of this basement will be located underneath portions of the historic building. That is something that staff does not believe we have currently enough information to evaluate. We are asking that the applicant provide a much more detailed analysis performed by a licensed structural engineer on how that is going to be accomplished without any sort of adverse impact on the integrity of the building. So we are also asking that that portion be brought back to the board. With regard to the front yard configuration, so this is another concern that staff has noted. We have also had, and the applicant has had several conversations with the city's transportation department. This is a concern not only expressed by the planning department, but as well as our transportation department in terms of the number of curb cuts and access points along Collins Avenue. If you can see in your plans, you will note that there are many entrance and exit points throughout the site. And we do believe that that needs some further evaluation in order not to have an adverse impact on pedestrian safety as well as the character of the district. So we are also asking that that be further developed and brought back to the board. Finally, we did speak with the applicant regarding the Jack Stewart mural. So part of the applicant's proffer is to actually donate the Jack Stewart mural that was removed from the site when the 1955 addition was demolished. So back in 2014, the board had approved the removal of the 1955 addition. There was a subsequent permit issued, and that came down. However, at the same time, due to some concern from local residents, the mural was actually retained and put in a storage facility. That mural currently exists in the applicant's possession, and they have offered to donate that to the city to install on a city property at the city's choosing. When we started to evaluate that and looked at their front yard configuration and how that could potentially be improved, we saw an opportunity potentially that this mural could actually be reinstalled on site in a modified format, somewhat of an adaptive reuse of this artistic mural, which was clearly designed at the time specific to that particular building. So we have just a very preliminary scheme as how that may be possibly reinstalled on the current site without the need to relocate that to a city facility. But I think the applicant is going to want your feedback this morning on your thoughts. This is something that we briefly discussed with the city's cultural arts manager and the cultural arts department. They were supportive of trying to retain it somewhere on site. Again, our review of this was very preliminary and is not meant to be something that would be a final option or scheme. We would ask the applicant to further develop this to see if it's feasible. I believe they're going to be giving you some options regarding that as well. That, in a nutshell, is our analysis. We are requesting that the board continue this to a date at February 9th in order to give the applicant time to further refine the plans, address staff's comments, and to give the members of the public time to review any changes that are proposed. And that's all I have. I see the applicant is
Debbie,
online.
excuse me,
Jack,
Debbie.
yes, do you have a question?
I have a question and a comment.
Okay.
Frankly, with all these vagaries and possible changes almost to every aspect of this project, I don't understand why we would be why it was presented at this time at all, number one. And number two, there are some major issues here that I'm very confused about, and perhaps other members are too. On page AR 401.P, for example, it shows the way I read it with a strong magnifying glass that the current building that they're proposing is 288 feet tall, including all the mechanical equipment and the roof heights. When they say they're planning, I've been told verbally that they're planning to reduce this height by Mr. Neeson to no given height that they could tell me. I don't have any drawings to back up their offer. And I think it's very premature at this point to discuss all these issues kind of halfway when we don't have any documentation to really look at. And I think that when they come back, they should present a full, complete project with no vagaries, no question marks, with specific heights mentioned in detail. And so we can look at it as holistically, not piecemeal. This is kind of, to me, a divide and conquer attempt, separating the Versailles from this building and now having all these questions, very basic questions about this new building, which are just not answered at this point. So as far as discussing it, I don't see the value when we don't have the documentation in front of us to do so. That's all I have to say, and that's my personal opinion, but I think there's a real problem here. Thank you.
The reason why this is before you today is because the applicant did submit a complete application at the time. We have discussed our recommendation for continuance with the applicant, and they have expressed a desire to at least present to you today to get some feedback. We also, I know, have members of the public who do want to speak to the board with regard to the project today. So it's at the purview of the board whether you would like to see the presentation or not. Because this is somewhat of a complex project, I think it might be helpful for the applicant to get any feedback. I know they are here online. With regard to the height, Mr. Chair, the 288 feet is NGVD. So the technical height is not 288 feet. And I can explain that in more detail for anyone who's concerned about that. I believe I sent you an email trying to outline how the city measures height and to what point they measure height and then what is considered an allowable encroachment. I'm more than happy to discuss that further with the board if you have any technical questions.
Those are just my comments. I think we should move forward on whatever the board members would like to do. And I'm not trying to obstruct it or delay it. I'm just saying there are some major questions here that are not going to be fully answered. So if it's being delayed until February, that's an awful long time out in the future, and we do have a lot of things to do today. I'm not opposed to them presenting their plan, but based on what, I guess, is the question. What certainties are there? I see so many questions here. I frankly am confused.
Debbie, feel free to add anything if I miss anything, but the board does have an application that's properly before it. I wouldn't want to presuppose anything about a presentation that we haven't seen yet, but based on the updates that Debbie's provided on potential amendments to the project, I expect that the board will have questions about what those design changes will look like, and that's part of the reason why staff is recommending that the application be continued. But I would encourage the board to use this opportunity to listen to the presentation and ask those questions that Jack is alluding to of the applicant, so that the applicant can address them between now and the next hearing.
That's fair. That's fine.
I can at this time I can swear in any presenters on the applicant's team. Have they been brought online?
This is Nishan Kasdan here, and I think we have Kengo Kuma as well.
Hi, Nishan. So I'll be swearing in any of your presenters who intend to testify. So if everyone's online, please say whether you swear under oath that any and all testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. Nick, if I may address just the technical matters, my understanding that we have two basic presenters, which is going to be myself and Kuma-san. But we also have others who are here to answer questions that the board may have. So you perhaps want to swear them in as well?
Sure, I can swear them in if they're called upon. So
okay.
Yeah. So
okay.
I can do that.
Would you like me to identify who they are?
Sure.
Okay. So in addition to Kengo Kuma, the lead architect, we also have Richard Heisenbottle here, who was the lead historic architect. We have the engineer from Keller North America, who has provided a report on the subterranean work, the methods and means of accomplishing that, and that is Andres Bacarizo. And we also have as well De Simone and the structural Luis Ramirez from De Simone Engineers as well available. We also have Michelle O'Connor, who is, as I think many of you know, the world famous artist, a Miami Beach native, who is a consultant with respect to the location and assessment of sites for the mural. And finally, Alex Garvin, professor at Yale University of Urban Planning. Those they are all here and available to answer questions as they may come up.
Thank you. So would you like me to swear in your lead architect at this time?
Yes.
Okay. So do you swear under oath that any and all testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 10 minutes for your presentation. I know this is a complicated project, so if you'd like to ask for additional time, you can do so when I give you the 2-minute warning.
Thank you, and we will. Again, Nishan Kasdan, Ackerman LLP, representing the applicant along with Matt Barnes. What I would like to first do before we begin our formal presentation is try to clarify and simplify what is before you. The application was filed many months ago. The modifications that are discussed, which we have shared with Historic Preservation Board members as well, is simply a reduction in the overall height of the new residential building of almost 30 feet, 29 feet, 9 inches. The design is not changing other than the podium will be smaller, and the 2 top penthouse floors will be shorter. The other change is the building is shifting 5 feet to the west. So these are minor changes in terms of design with respect to the building. Finally, the other issues are items that have been identified by staff. The driveways and how many driveways we have, we understand the staff's concern, and we will be studying that and coming back, but that is separate from the design of the building itself. And the subterranean level issues, we think that the report prepared by Keller North America and was very specific in terms of the means and methods of doing the subterranean work, including numerous examples on oceanfront properties in Miami area where they have done that, but they are here to answer any questions you may have. If we can go to the first slide, please. Next slide. You are all familiar that this property is located in the Collins Waterfront Historic District. That's a picture of the district. The building in the center is Faena House, and the building over to its left is the Versailles. Next picture. Just briefly to remind you, in this historic district, there are other buildings, including the Roy France designed Cadillac on the left, the Crown Hotel, or rather, I think the Cadillac on the right, the Crown Hotel on the left, which were designed at the same time, again, one of them by Roy France. They're similar, very identical buildings. And we have seen how the additions to those buildings over the years have been very unsympathetic and have hidden the architect and beauty of the original designs. Next slide, please. These are other images of the additions to the Roy France and other buildings of the same vintage in the same district. Next slide, please. Same thing as well. Next slide, please. Now, the designs began to get a little bit better with the Caribbean Hotel, which is at Collins and 38th, in which the new addition was completely separated from the original historic building. Next slide, please. And as you can see, this created separation, light, allowed the historic building to stand on its own. And so it was a significant improvement, design-wise and from a historic preservation perspective, over the earlier buildings and the additions that were added onto them. Next slide. However, one issue that does remain as well is the additions in this instance, because it lacked the height, stepped forward to Collins Avenue and did not provide the most expansive views to the public of the historic building. Next slide, please. As you can see here, and you've seen this before in other presentations, this is the footprint including balconies. The dotted line is of the proposed building by Kumasan. The black line is the already approved and permitted building. And as we have demonstrated before, it steps back significantly from Collins Avenue, which is the most widely viewed perspective of the historic Versailles. Next slide. This shows the existing approved building, which can be built today, and how it projects out onto Collins Avenue. Next slide. And this shows the building designed by Kengo Kuma and how it steps back and opens up views of the Versailles. One final point that I would like to make. As you've already seen, what is proposed is an extensive and intricate and exquisite and lush restoration of the Versailles as well as the original Gulfstream dining room. I would liken this in importance to, for instance, the Delano Hotel when the Delano was redone and the Faena when it was redone. This project will afford the ability to not only restore the original Versailles Hotel to grandeur, but to a grandeur that exceeded its original grandeur in its life, as with the Faena Hotel and as with the Delano. And this brings me to the next slide. And that next slide is just to underscore the extraordinary cost to bring the Versailles Hotel as an Aman Hotel up to that standard will be approximately $4.8 million per key, each of the 56 rooms. We've shown you a slide there which shows the sale prices per key of other important hotels throughout the United States. And as you can see, the cost of the Aman far exceeds that per room. Next slide, please. This as well shows you local Miami Beach cost per key. I raise this point because Vlad Doronin, in his vision of this project, understood that he had to hire one of the world's most respected and important architects, to design a residential building of exquisite quality that would enable them to create great residential units, relate well to the Versailles, and also command the prices that will be necessary to undertake this entire project. And with that, it is my pleasure and honor to introduce Kuma-san. You will see some of his work, and he will explain to you the design of the tower. Kuma-san?
And Nathan, you have 3 minutes remaining.
We would.
How much time would you like to request?
We would request 10 minutes.
That's fine.
Yes, thank you very much for giving me the chance to talk about the project. I studied in Columbia University in 1985 to 86. I know the importance of this district, and the Versailles Hotel is a beautiful as a piece of Royal France, and as a harmony with Versailles Hotel is the most important for us. And as we think the beauty of Art Deco building in Miami is a method of breaking down the volume, and also the composition of vertical element and horizontal element. And also the color is very important for the Miami Art Deco building. The white colors is especially the dominating the environment is in this district. As we want to show the respect to those the white color buildings by using the honey white as a building.
Apologies if I may interrupt. I would advise that we move on the slides. That would help as well. We can walk through the pages that we prepared for this presentation.
Yeah. Okay, so those buildings are showing our experiences. This is the Ace Hotel in Kyoto. In that project, we try to show the respect to the context of Kyoto, and Kyoto also has a long history of the traditional buildings. And this is in the center of Tokyo. And also we want to show the respect to the traditional building in Tokyo. And this is a small temple in Tokyo. So we try to create harmony with the existing buildings. This is a project in Scotland and this is a new national stadium in Japan for Olympic, and this is as a strategy as a volume. We try to break down the volume to show the respect to existing Versailles building, Versailles hotels. And also the distance between two buildings are very important. And for facades, we try to show the beauty of the composition, vertical element and horizontal element, and also the round corners and the round windows is a key element of Versailles Hotel. We try to show our respect to those round elements. And this is a beautiful the grounds, and the round corners is important in this facade. And the color-wise, so we try to use the honey white basically the material is aluminum, but we add the wooden textures to aluminum, and it gives the warmness and the softness to the building. And as a white honey is color of our building, and the white of Versailles as a hotel will match. And this is showing the vertical element and the horizontal element. As the balcony is tapers, and then we try to show the beauty of lines, and also the Art Deco buildings, the lines are is important. Next. And this is a detail of the other part of the facade. Next. And this as the image is showing the composition of vertical element and the horizontal element. And so you can see the round corner of the building. And we did a height reduction as a comparison of the previous plan. Almost 30 feet reductions. And currently, we have the impressions from the Collins Avenue like this. And this is the current elevations. Next. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Kuma-san, and that concludes our presentation. We have all the people I've identified here to answer questions with regard to the different aspects as well, the subterranean work, the mural, and one other thing I would like to point out, is that the chair has asked a proper question and Debbie has explained, but I want to make it clear with respect to the height reduction, which we have shared with staff and with everybody. In Miami Beach, height is measured from sea level. That's NGVD. So new structures, I say NGVD is sea level. Height is measured from, you add to sea level a base flood elevation, which is approximately 9 feet, plus freeboard. And that is where you start the construction of new buildings, whether it's this building, whether it was the building that was approved before, or any other new building in the city. So when you see on an illustration a height that says it's a certain number of feet NGVD, that's starting at 13 feet above sea level. Then beyond that, the height is measured to the slab of the roof. In this instance, the original application that we submitted had a height of 250 feet to the slab of the roof. Actually, there was a 7-foot, part of that 250 was a 7-foot bar that was installed on top of the roof, which counted. And then all buildings in Miami Beach are allowed to have projections that exceed 25 feet above the roof slab. So what we have done is measuring where all buildings are measured from the city of Miami Beach. We have reduced the overall building height by 29 feet, 9 inches. And that includes, as a result as well, both the projections on top of the roof as well as the roof slab are all being reduced. That represents in excess of a 10% reduction in the overall height of this proposed project. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clearly understood, how height is measured and how much we have reduced the height here. Our team is available for questions, and we will be here through the presentation. We would ask, if I may, just one final point. We would ask for an approval of a minimum of at least the residential building itself. We understand that we may want to come back on the driveways and on the grounds, the pool area and things of that sort. But we think that the plans before you are the plans that were presented and filed months ago with the height reduction and the 5-foot movement of the tower to the west. So we would respectfully request that this portion be approved today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Neaston, very much. Debbie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this time, I do not see any members of the public that wish to speak. Wait, that just changed. Our first speaker is Daniel Seraldo.
First, if it's acceptable to the chairman that we ask board members if they have any ex parte communications to disclose since the last hearing on this application.
Yes, I do. I spoke to Neaston Caston and I spoke to Daniel Seraldo.
Mr. Chairman, are there any other board members?
Yeah, I received an email and I actually got a sample sent to me in the mail of the material and also a book of Kamo Kuma's work. Okay. I'm assuming everyone else did as well. I don't know.
Did not. Received an email, did not respond to it. No gifts.
Jack, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you. Good morning.
Okay, because I was missing in action before, you know.
Yeah. I only see your hand, though, not the rest of you. Okay.
That's good. That's my best part, my hand. I don't have any questions, but I had a call from Neaston and we discussed the newest project.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
I had a Zoom call last week with the architect and the attorney.
Thank you, Rick.
I received an email from the applicant, but I didn't respond and didn't have any conversation with them.
Thank you, Scott. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none. Debbie, is there any public? Daniel Seraldo is
correct. He's our first speaker.
Yes, thank you. And Mr. Chair, I understand the applicant had over 20 minutes. I'd like to ask for 4. I think I could get through in 4 minutes if you would agree.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Daniel Seraldo on behalf of Miami Design Preservation League. First off, I want to say that, Nick, did you need something?
Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you. Okay. First off, I want to say that, we are disappointed that the applicant has ignored our attempts to discuss the project. Since its inception, a primary goal of the MDPL has been to have a thriving city that upholds our rich architectural heritage, the heritage that has brought the city international recognition, and its preservation is integral to the city's image as a resort destination, as well as its economic vitality and resilience. While this is a new structure, its design should be in concert with its historic surroundings. And this building, as proposed, is a jarring addition to the beachscape that diminishes our iconic postcard view. Just look at DA 110 and A018, and you'll see that there's Kengo Kuma is an excellent architect, but we don't understand why the inspiration is from another place in another context instead of Miami Beach's rich architectural tradition. With the proposed alterations of the east facade that we still haven't settled, and this new overwhelming building, it really erases the Art Deco identity from this portion of the beach. In Japan, there is something known as a good neighbor architecture, and we believe in this ability to be a good neighbor and to breathe next to your neighbor. But this new tower, as it's proposed, is smothering the historic Versailles. We all know it's too tall, and there's been some movement on that. But also So I would like you to pay attention to the siting of the new tower. It is literally like diagonally jammed up to the southern line of the historic hotel. Again, you could see that in DA 110 and A 018, among others. And it's also much less of a breathable design than the project that's already been approved several years ago by another noted world famous architect who came before a prior board and did what they do. And yet now there's no movement on that. And so just in wrapping up, it's nice that some of you got books and CDs and had Zoom meetings, but we as members of the public and as part of MDPL would like to ask the applicant to also meet with us. These meetings are quasi-judicial here, and I object to the fact that different members of the board are meeting independently because I don't believe that is competent disclosure of what's going on. So please continue this item. Let's make sure that the new building is properly vetted and that the beautiful historic Versailles is able to breathe once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel, for those interesting and great comments.
Our next speaker is Tucker Gibbs.
Hi, Tucker. You have 2 minutes. Is anyone going to be testifying with you, or are you just going to be presenting your argument?
No. Okay. My name is Tucker Gibbs. I'm representing the King David Towers condominium at 3411 Indian Creek Drive, and that's adjacent and immediately to the west of the Faena district. My client supports the city staff request to continue this item to the February meeting for the applicant to address inconsistencies with its application with the certificate of appropriateness criteria set forth in the staff report. In particular, my clients continue to be concerned about the height and would like to have time to have an architect review the new plans that we received on Sunday. And we're also concerned about the number of driveways and curb cuts and their impact on vehicular and pedestrian safety. And for these reasons, the King David Towers condominium urges you to continue the item to the February HPB meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tucker. Debbie, anyone else?
Our next speaker is Tom Stern.
Both that any and all testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Nick. Thanks. Can you hear me okay?
Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Chairman Finglass and distinguished members of the Historic Preservation Board. My name is Thomas Stern, and I am president of the board of Faena House, located at 3315 Collins Avenue, directly south of the Amman property and proposed development. As you know, Faena House and its unit owners have strongly opposed changes to the zoning codes that would have allowed the Amman residential tower to be as high as originally sought by the developer. We are pleased to announce that this long-standing conflict has been favorably resolved. Extensive negotiations between Faena House and the Amman developer led to an agreement that meaningfully reduces the planned height of the structure, allowing for our enthusiastic and unambiguous support of the project. We are extremely pleased with the developer's willingness to listen to our unit owners' concerns, engage in constructive dialogue, and agree to make changes to their project that are significant. Frankly, the extent to which the developers went to address our concerns should be applauded. The agreement we reached represents the kind of compromise that reflects the best of public policy. If approved as modified, the Amman Hotel and Residences will have a profound and positive impact on the Faena District, the Collins Waterfront Historic District, and Miami Beach broadly. The development will bring to the community a truly world-class project and one that we at Faena House will be proud to have as our neighbor. The preservation and extensive restoration of the Versailles Hotel is long overdue. While we recognize and appreciate your determination to ensure the integrity of this renovation, the owners of Faena House are confident the developer is equally committed to recreating the Versailles structure in all ways true to the Art Deco era. Clearly, little expense is being spared. Importantly, we believe that as reduced by the compromised reach between Faena House and the developer, the Yaman Residential Tower will deliver a distinguished, responsible, and respectful new addition to our community. It is this pattern of preserving important historic buildings like the Versailles, alongside new, contextually appropriate architecture, that has made Faena District and the Collins Waterfront Historic District special places for residents and visitors alike. I want to reiterate for the record that the association's prior concerns regarding the project's proposed height and siting have been resolved. The adjusted height and siting of the Yaman Residential Tower reflects a reasonable resolution of a dispute that, if prolonged, would serve no one's interest, including that of the public. What will result from this development, we believe, is highly consistent with and very respectful of the character of the Faena District and extended beachfront. The Yaman Hotel and Residences is the final component, if not the capstone, of the revitalization of the Faena District, and we strongly believe that it is in the public interest. We urge you to approve the developer's application. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stern.
Our next speaker is Mitch Novick.
Swear under oath that any and all testimony that you will give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Of course, Nick. I, Mitch Novick, I'm the former chairman of the Historic Preservation Board of the city and the county. I want to applaud this developer for finally proffering to return the Jack Stewart Apollo mural to Miami Beach. I would urge this board to urge the city to have them reinstall it as offered or proffered on the largest parking garage across from the new convention center and City Hall. I think that's a no-brainer. However, I heard there's some resistance on behalf of the administration. And I'd urge this board to push that forward as best as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mitch. Debbie, anyone else?
I do not see any additional speakers at this time, Mr. Chair.
Okay, then therefore we'll close public comment and move on to owner's rebuttal, if there is any to these comments. Okay, hearing none, we close owner rebuttal. Move on to board discussion. Who would like to go first?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yes, I do have a brief rebuttal, thank you.
Oh, okay, sure. 2 minutes, please.
Sure. One thing I want to clarify is that we actually did reach out to MDPL. We sent them the revised plans. We offered to meet with them. Richard Heisenbottle will specify exactly the extent and the amount of outreach. What we would hope for is that MDPL would want to work cooperatively with us to bring about this magnificent project for our city. Mr. Heisenbottle?
Thank you, Neeson. We would be delighted to work with MDPL. We've placed numerous phone calls to MDPL. We've placed phone calls to board members. In fact, Mitch Novick and I spoke just before he was walking into a board meeting, and Mitch was actually given copies of the drawings that depicted the reduction in height and some of the presentation that you've all seen today. So to say that we've ignored MDPL is incorrect. They may have had scheduling issues, but notwithstanding, we would be delighted to work with them and detail this. We take real serious issue with the notion when someone exaggerates, as Daniel has, by saying that this is smothering the historic tower. That is utterly a ridiculous, unjustifiable, inaccurate comment. This is not a jarring addition to the district. This is a highly compatible addition to the district that you can see for yourselves when you look at the overall postcard image of the district that we showed early on. So we look forward to presenting this to the full board of MDPL at their convenience.
And the final comment, Mr. Chair, is obviously quasi-judicial, extra-judicial discussions are allowed in quasi-judicial proceedings. Mr. Ciraldo had it with board members and it was disclosed, and we had it with a few board members and it was disclosed. So this has been followed absolutely the exact requirements of legal procedure for an application.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that clarification, Nisa.
I just wanted to swear in Rich Heisenbottle. Richard, do you swear under oath that the testimony that you just gave is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Yes,
okay,
sir.
Thank you. And to the point that Neeson and raised in his rebuttal and Daniel during the public hearing, that is correct. The code permits board members to have ex parte communications regarding individual applications. As I've always advised the board, those communications need to be disclosed, and individual board members are subject to cross-examination with regard to those communications, but they are permitted under our code.
Thank you, Nick. As you know, I always send you copies of everything I get and disclose 3 times. Thank you very much. Okay, that closes the owner's rebuttal. Moving on to board discussion. Who would like to be first? Rick.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did have an opportunity to speak with the architect and to look over these plans. I see that they have reduced the height. They've done so without removing any units from the building. If you compare them side by side, they've taken the height out of the pedestal of the building, nearly 30 feet. I do appreciate the quality of the architecture that the architect brings to Miami Beach. I am concerned with Daniel's inability to communicate with the development team, and he certainly raises a fair question about the relationship of one building to the other. In looking at the site plan, I think it's very curious that the new building seems to get very, very close to the Versailles building. And I realized that the Versailles building is right on the property line. It's very curious. There's no side setback, which you would normally find. And so I think that condition, even though they are following the zoning code as it's stated in the package prepared by the staff, they appear to be closer to each other than you would expect, in part because the Versailles building is right on the property line and there is no side setback there. I think Daniel's point also is in looking at some of the views, where you actually see the 2 towers next to each other, particularly from the ocean side. And it is an accurate assessment, right? That the design is trying to manage a number of challenging things. For one, it's set back from the street, right? It's also trying to, preserve views. So it gets wider as it goes towards the ocean, while it's more narrow towards the street, again, preserving views to the Versailles Hotel. I think it was also brought up that the front yard, if you will, has an extensive number of driveways. I think someone mentioned that there were some concerns about the number of curb cuts. I think those are fair questions, although I imagine it's going to be, landscaped very nicely. You can't have your cake and eat it too, right? I mean, if the building's going to be set back to preserve a view to the Versailles Hotel, you're going to end up with this kind of suburban condition with a big front yard and a lot of driveways. That being said, in my view, it's a very graceful design. The balconies are very thoughtfully considered. The thinness of the metal screen is very delicate and elegant. And I think it will make a nice contribution to the city's architecture.
Thank you very much, Rick. You done? Okay, great. Who would like to be next? I can't see everybody, so somebody needs to chime in if they'd like to be next.
Kirk had his hand up.
Kirk, okay.
Yeah, I'll go. I first want to ask for a little bit of clarification, technical clarification, because we have the Versailles project, which we've heard twice. We have this project. And both of these projects previously came to the board as well. Are we currently talking about a unified development plan? Is this a joint application? Are these bifurcated? Are they completely separate? And then you have the basement, obviously, which on this project sort of affects the Versailles. Could I just get clarification, since we are going to presumably continue to hear these separately? And I will say that the reason I bring this up, and we had this discussion as well with the Raleigh, and I do see some similarities in terms of what's happening here. There's also history. I want to see the Versailles get done. I want to see the Versailles actually built. And so I asked this question with regard to the interconnectivity between these projects, if it exists. And I have another follow-up question that touches on that, but could anyone, staff, or are you?
Sure, I can address that. So this is one site. This is not a unified development site because it's one property, it's one parcel. So the projects are intimately connected in terms of one cannot, they can't be separated without a formal lot split application and a lot of other hearings. So that's not the intent. It is the intent that this will be one development site, one project. Kirk, to your point, we agree. We, more than anything, and this goes back for several years, have been very concerned about the condition of the historic Versailles. We've discussed this at the board many times over the past about year and a half, which is why initially this came before you with the details of the historic building first. That's something that we had stressed to the applicant, that we wanted to see that move as quickly as possible. Since then, you're correct. There have been multiple approvals and also continuances of portions of the historic building, and then this came along. So now it is somewhat convoluted in terms of the number of applications. However, there will be one final order. The conditions will need to be met for the historic property. They will not be able to separate out the historic property and just build the new residential tower. This is going together, and there will be one order with the conditions for all of the properties. One of the reasons, just to accentuate the point, there is an active building permit, which is not necessarily, a bad thing, because that means once they're, they have already gotten some significant approvals from this board for the historic building, they can start gearing up for construction very quickly, because again, they have an active building permit so they can continue with the site work, they can continue with the repairs for their Versailles and start staging that for the final approved project. But I do understand, the confusion with all of these different applications. I will do my best to answer any other questions you have with regard to that.
I think my question with regard to that would be, are there any protections that can be built into the order, for instance, that would require that a certificate of occupancy be issued for the Versailles before one could be issued for the residential tower? Are there any sort or any other sorts of protections that could ensure that the Versailles actually gets completed?
Absolutely. And I don't know, I'd have to double check with the order, but similar to what the board approved for the Raleigh, yes. There would not be any issue with requiring a certificate of or a temporary certificate of occupancy or a final certificate of occupancy for the historic building prior to the issuance of the CO for the new residential building.
Okay. And
that would be perfectly appropriate.
When we get to that point, I would like to request that. Another question regarding the interrelationship between the two structures. This tower, because the plan state Aman Hotel and residence, this tower is 100% residential. Is that correct or incorrect?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So my other questions, and I believe I had the same question again with the Versailles. I did not see, and maybe I missed some material. I did not see a very extensive plan for the actual grounds, for the pool, for the landscaping. I did not see a landscaping plan. And in fact, when you look at the pool areas, if you look at page DA 112 and AR 201, they don't even seem to be the same design. And so I'm just asking, when is that going to come? When do we
that is a very good point, and you are correct. They have a landscape plan for the previously approved project that was permitted. However, the new design is proposing to modify that plan. That is not before you today. That will be becoming before you, I believe, in February.
Okay. I mean, if we do continue it, this is just me, but it'd be nice to see the big picture, to see how everything works together, particularly since, I mean, there's a lot in play here. There's two buildings that are going to be intimately connected, even though they're separate buildings. And to see how, I'm sure they'll do a great job. That's my expectation, but it'd be great to see the big picture and know what we're voting on when we get to that point. I want to touch on the Jack Stewart mural. My own feeling, that piece of artwork, I think, I mean, obviously there's a great deal of affection for people across the beach, wanting that mural to have been, even to exist, which it does, which is great. I really, really, really want to applaud staff for for making the recommendation, because in my mind, it really belongs with this site. You know, in my opinion, that's the place for it to be. And with regard to Mr. Novak, you know, he's really been a leading advocate in, you know, to take credit for that mural even existing anymore. I give him credit for it. However, with regard to trying to scout out and make a reality, placing that mural somewhere else, there's a lot of moving parts with that, whereas with staff's recommendation, I think we could and should actually make that happen here and now. I think that'd be a really, really great thing to do. And it's something that I would advocate for, is to further explore and ideally make that into a reality, to incorporate that somehow. I mean, between the two sites, I have to believe that we can come up with a viable option to incorporate that historic piece of artwork. Let's see. I guess this is my last couple of questions or comments with regard to the height. You know, I do think that this building is elegantly designed. The finish work, generally, you know, in terms of the wood features, I don't perceive these as being very Miami Beach. To me, they have more of a Scandinavian type feel, or even a California type feel. I don't think that it's part of our language, and yet I think it's very elegantly done. I think the design on this structure is elegantly done. I'm struggling with the height, of course, and particularly with the closeness between the Versailles and this tower. This tower is much taller. I would like to see that moderated somehow. I would further ask, if this comes back to us, when you're looking at the actual elevations, because we're looking at a bunch of renderings, trying to figure out, okay, if you're at this angle and you're over here, what I really would like to see is the elevation page, which is AR 302, which is the actual elevation. I would like to see this new tower next to the Versailles elevation, so we can get an actual, you know, with feet, accurate calculation of how that's going to be in terms of one building matching up to the other. I do think that the new tower overwhelms the Versailles structure. So, and the other one point that you just made earlier, Debbie, regarding reducing the pedestal, I have to say that's one of the components I actually really like about this structure is the openness. And so if you make it stout, it's sort of like, then we lose in another area because that openness, I think, does give the Versailles a little bit more prominence, a little less feeling of claustrophobia and being surrounded in big buildings. So I don't know how we work that out. I mean, ideally, I would like to see just the height reduced. It's not my say, but I think that the pedestal is actually very elegantly done. I think the openness really contributes something to the structure, to the district, to the experience for even for the general public in passing by. So I think it needs work. The height, I'm not sure how you do it, but my personal preference would see it just to come off the top and to leave the pedestal open and tall. I think that's elegant the way that it's rendered. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kirk. Who would like to be next? Barry?
I think that Nancy had her hand up before me. Yes.
I'm trying. I don't know
that's
if I'm
fine.
being heard. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. We hear you loud and clear.
Oh, okay, loud. I find it very difficult to support this project, although I appreciate the reduction at the tower height and the fact that you made the neighbors happy. I find it very objectionable that we were asked to support the project that was brought to the HP board after the fact, as it was about to be brought to the commission for second reading, and after a text amendment was pushed through, unbeknownst to us. But I think we're moving along in trying to move in the right direction. I would like to tell everybody that the motion that we made 2 months ago at this board, and we approved the fact that the board, our board, should be first to hear what is going on, not last, not as an addendum somewhere, and not right before the night before second reading was supposed to be had. Had we been on the job the way I have been suggesting and the way our resolution stated, had we been on the job as a real HP board that operates in accordance to what historic preservation is all about. It's not just about height. That seems to be the only thing we keep getting. Towers and heights. And we've spent many hours would have been saved if we had a proper direction as a preservation board that reviewed more than just height. It seems that that's all that keeps coming to us. More height and more height. So I appreciate what you've been doing. I'm just very upset by the way it has been maneuvered over, I can't even count the months. I don't know. I'm hoping this is a new start where we're going to talk about things when they begin, not when they're ending. So on tomorrow's commission agenda, there is a resolution on the agenda to send this to I guess it must be the land use, this issue of how we operate like real preservationists do, not as after the fact people. So that's going to be on the commission agenda tomorrow as a referral. Hopefully it will be approved, and then we can review HP board issues appropriately. And I look forward to the next episode, where I think that we will be treated in a lot better fashion, and historic preservation in a meaningful way.
Thank you, Nancy. That was very, very enlightening. Thank you. And I wish us luck tomorrow.
Be there.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Who would like to be next? Barry?
I would speak, yes. A couple things, and others, Kirk hit on some of my my thoughts as well. But one thing I found interesting at the beginning of this, and not to take anything away from the design architect meeting with us, so often when architects come to us and they show us their work around the world, we see these great examples, which I feel we saw today. And something they all had in common was fitting in with their surrounding buildings and their neighborhood and being good neighbors. And I think they kind of missed the mark here. When it came to this building, the architect kept telling us about color. I think relating to your context is more than the shade of your materials. Maybe, I'll give it credence, and it's important, and I appreciate it. But massing and height, forms and structure, our fenestration are all parts of the neighborhood that I think need to be revisited here. I also agreed with Kirk that, and I wrote it down, that great, you reduced the height. You took it out of one of the nicest elements of the building. You didn't give up anything other than lowering your building. You kept every single unit. You just chopped its legs off a little. And I don't think that was such a good idea. And let me just say, I do find, much in agreement with what MDPL was saying, that, and again, in reference to Kirk, because I think he hit this the nail on the head. I keep looking at this aerial view on DA 111 from the Northeast. And I keep thinking, if I looked at this due west from behind the building, I just kind of feel like some of that tower is going to be blocking the historic building. I understand you want to make it skinny on the front, and that helps the Versailles, and making it fat on the back is something else you want to do, because that increases your value of your new buildings, your new units. I'm sorry. But it seems to come at the detriment of the Versailles, which you're saying you want to restore as well. So showing those elevations clear in front, on the side, and the back of the building, with its surrounding neighbors would be of great help. Reference to the Jack Stewart sculptural mural. I would like to see what the city is proposing. I'd like to see how the sculpture needs to be altered to be placed back, and where it would be placed. I'd like to see that as an example. I'd also like to see what it would look like in possibly other areas. before making that determination of how it would go back. And maybe that 17th Street, I just I have it in front of me, a Google Earth image of the 17th Street parking garage. And I'm sort of wondering about where the cars exit, and you have that flat wall there, and if it could work there. I don't know. Obviously, it was designed for a specific location. So I'm not ready to approve anything here. And as Nancy alluded to, that we just keep talking about height. Well, every time, some developer comes along on this historic district where we have this postcard view, this postcard image that's been there since before I'm here, I don't want to be part of destroying that. And I understand, people have a right to build stuff, and, I can relate to that. I'm an architect, but I think you have to be very, very sensitive to what you're doing, and to hearken to bring back to us, to say, well, you did it here, you did it there. Like we've all been told, two wrongs don't make a right. And personally, and I mean it, from my heart, I don't want to be part of destroying that historic postcard of Miami Beach. So I think that's it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Barry, for those very telling comments. Scott, are you ready?
Yes. I guess a lot of what I'm going to say you heard before from some other board members. While this building is a very sort of an elegant looking building and very nice, it really doesn't. It's not really Miami Beach architecture. I think Kirk used that term, Miami Beach architecture. But we've seen that before in the city. We've seen buildings stand out from, architecturally differentiate themselves from what Miami Beach architecture, and that's okay. It's not a huge big deal. But the issue that I have with the building is its placement and how it overwhelms the Versailles Hotel. I looked through the plan. Obviously, the height is an issue, even though they lowered it somewhat. I mean, it's still a rather large building, rather tall building. And what I find interesting is that, maybe it is in the plans, but I looked through the plans, and even though there's a lot of documentation showing, setbacks from Collins Avenue and everything, there's no measurement that I show from the distance from the Versailles to the balconies on the new building. I don't see that anywhere in the plans. It would be interesting to see that. I know it's a rather low number, but I don't see it specified anywhere. Going back to, I think the last time we talked about this, I even before I was on the board, there was a text amendment that allowed a 200-foot height, and then the recent one that allowed it to go up to 250 feet. I remember saying I wouldn't have been in favor of that 200-foot height. It's very difficult to try to build something there that doesn't overwhelm the Versailles Hotel. I understand something's going to be built there, but it's just, I don't know. This building we see this sometimes in other cities and other areas where they try to fit something in a really small lot and it just looks awkward. I think this lot is going to look very awkward if this building is built as it's being proposed. That being said, one other thing also, one thing that's important that hasn't been mentioned in terms of sort of how it maybe overwhelms the Versailles is when you look at I think it's page, DA 112, the southeast view, people forget, that the applicant keeps talking about how it's going to open up the views from Collins Avenue. However, the views from the beach and the boardwalk are almost non-existent from the southeast corner, from the southeast view. So that's something that is, another reason why I think it's too, I guess, overwhelming for that site. So these are all things that I just, for that reason, for those reasons, I'm not, I'm not looking to approve this today. I do have a couple of one or two other items. Where did I write this down? I do agree with something Kirk brought up about not giving the new structure, whatever is ultimately built there, a TCO until a TCO for the historic Versailles building is issued. I think that regardless of when this gets approved, whatever gets approved, that must be in the final order, specifically phrased that way. No TCO issued for the new tower until a TCO for the Versailles Hotel is attained. And lastly, this is something that hasn't been brought up yet, the basement that they're proposing that goes all the way to the Versailles. If you remember, I don't think all these board members were here when they initially brought this to us, but they had a plan to basically structurally rebuild the Versailles Hotel from the ground up. I know they provided a sort of a paper somewhere talking about underpinning some of the foundations for the Versailles Hotel, but when they talk about I think you said a 3-story basement level that goes right up to the Versailles and probably going to be attached to the Versailles, I think structurally that whole thing needs to be thought out. They need to really explain what they're doing, how they're doing it, because right now I don't see how those two things are going to work together. I don't know how you're going to rebuild the Versailles, but in the meantime, you're basically, somewhere in the plans I saw that they're going to put pilings basically around the whole new site to dewater it. When you do that, and now you're talking about, rebuilding the foundation for the Versailles, I'm trying to figure out how all that's going to happen, and I can't right now. So I think that's something that they really need to explain a lot more when they do come back to us, because that's something that's, I know we've seen a lot of interesting structural type work, but I don't think that's something that's been accomplished in the city, at least not to my knowledge. So that is something that I think is very important moving forward. And with that, like I said, I am not willing to approve this today. I think it needs a lot more work, especially concerning the overall size of the project. And that's it.
Thank you, Scott, for those excellent comments. Next is Max.
Thank you. I got to get quicker on the draw to get my comments in sooner. I wanted to mention the basement as well, kind of building off of what Scott was just mentioning. When it comes to the sea level rise criteria, I don't think that we can say that considering the sea level rise projections criteria 5 is satisfied by talking about the first habitable floor only. When we have projects that propose, extensive basement like this, to the point that Debbie made in the introductory comments, I think this is addressed in the language in the draft order, similar to what we'd seen in some other recent projects that have basements. So I think that does address it, but just a note for the analysis on that. Something that I think it would be helpful in our decision making as well would be to understand if there's any impact of the basement or what design considerations there were about how that works with the proposed stormwater management. If there's any consideration there that we need to look at from functionality, and I think that also ties in a bit with what Kirk brought up with the landscape plan, that we haven't seen how that all ties together. So I would be interested in understanding better the basement, the stormwater management system, and the landscape plan, how those are interrelated. Sticking on the stormwater management proffer for a moment, I saw it's mentioned in the October 13th letter, but there isn't much detail. I do remember there was an itemized list that went into a little bit more about the I guess you could say the benchmarks that were in when we considered the FIANA district overlay item, and we talked about the stormwater management there. Helpful to hear that this was discussed with Public Works. I would also be interested to know if this went to environment and sustainability. And what I'm thinking about here is thinking back on those benchmarks. They were all related to design and construction and the capacity of the system, but they didn't speak to performance. So I would be interested as well in understanding how the performance of the stormwater management system is going to be monitored to make sure that that we're actually achieving the intended benefit from it, that there's, if it's a water quality impact to Indian Creek, or if there's other measurement that needs to go into it to demonstrate performance. Because what I'm concerned about is, it gets designed and built, but any ongoing monitoring to ensure that it's performing as designed. The other items that I had addressed by other board members perhaps more eloquently than I can do it, but I had a similar feeling about the podium height, that be concerned that bringing it down maybe would make it a little bit more claustrophobic. One of the selling points of having that soaring podium was the openness. It'd be a shame to lose too much of that. And as we talk about the relationship with the Versailles, the view that jumped out to me, or the representation that we might consider, is how it was page 9 of the presentation that we saw, and it's CA 103 in the plans that we have, that on the eastern side, the new tower kind of envelops the Versailles, if there's anything that can be done to create a little bit more separation there. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Max. It's most helpful and appreciated. I guess I'm the last one, and I guess I've got a lot to say, but I will try to limit it due to time. The first thing I'd like to bring up, and I think it's very telling, is the document that the architect and the owners have given to us as justification for their design of the Aman residences. If you remember that, I'm talking about Mr. Garvin's opinions and analysis of why the proposed Aman residences project is good urban planning and design. His whole premise and his examples basically are from New York City. And I keep on going back to this point that, we are not New York City, and we have view corridors, we have a beautiful skyline, we have a picture postcard of history here. And every time we give in and allow 30 feet to be chopped off a new tower instead of lowering it substantially, which they should be lowered in my opinion, we give up part of that picture postcard. I'd like to just quote one thing from Mr. Garvin, which proves, I think, our point as opposed to his. He says the Department of the Interior's website regarding new construction within the boundaries of historic property says, and I quote, "New construction should be placed away from or at the side or rear of historic buildings and must avoid obscuring, damaging, or destroying character-defining features of the buildings on the site." I cannot think of a better example of a historic building being obscured and offended by, as I can, this new tower and what it does to the Versailles. I'm amazed that people would bring to us something that completely overshadows and overburdens the historic jewel that is our job to save and protect. The Versailles is the lead boss here, not the Aman, not the tower, and not the people behind it. And I find it amazingly offensive that this is brought to us again with 30 feet chopped off the top. And it's so amazing to me that it's similar to the 30 feet that was proposed to be cut off of the Raleigh. 30 feet or less seems to be the answer for chopping off the tops of new buildings to placate the Historic Preservation Board. And I don't think we should be placated by that. In my mind, the Versailles is the key element. The principal height of the tower as it is proposed is jarring, it is smothering, and it is inappropriate, and it overpowers the Versailles. This is not being a good, respectful neighbor, nor is it something that should be built as presented. I love the design of the building as it is for Aventura or Sunny Isles. It needs to be in similar height to the Fianna House. It would be more respectful to the Versailles. It would not overshadow the Versailles. And I think that in itself is the way we should go. And as it's presented, I frankly cannot support it. It needs major surgery, not just a 30-foot chop here or there. I agree with everything else most of the other board members have said. And in closing, I just would like to show this drawing. It's number DA111, and I've put on it a blue line that shows from the Fianna Hotel to the Fianna House and to this new building, the steady rise in height, and then it drops dramatically to the poor Versailles. It's the stepchild of the block with this drawing as it exists, and I think it suffers terribly because of this constant drive to make things higher, bigger, and make more money. I also don't appreciate the tie that's been brought up between the connectivity, between the necessity to economically tie the poor Versailles restoration to the success of this huge tower. They were brought to us individually, and if they want to present it that way, I think they should stand individually and not threaten, in effect, the restoration of the Versailles dependent on the construction of this huge, monstrous tower. That's pretty much all I have to say. So I would suggest when they come back to us in February, they take into account what at least the majority of the board members have alluded to here, and make a dramatic change, not just cutting off the tip of the iceberg, but doing surgery to make the new residents more respectful of the project that we are here to save at all costs, logically, which is the Versailles. Thank you very much. That's all I have to say. Debbie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would need a motion from the board if you would wish to continue this item. And again, staff is recommending that it be continued to the February 9th meeting.
So I'll move to continue it to February 9th.
Okay, motion by Mr. Pascal. Do we have a second? Ms. Liebman, is that a second? Yes. Okay. All those in favor? Okay, I see that's unanimous. Anyone opposed? No. The motion passes. The application is continued to the February 9th, 2021 meeting. Now that item is concluded, if we can go back to the regular order of the agenda, which would place the historic designation as the next application on the agenda. This is HPB file 20-0435. This is the North Shore Historic District Tatum Waterway Expansion, a presentation by the City of Miami Beach Planning Department to the Historic Preservation Board of an historic designation report relative to the proposed designation of the Tatum Waterway Expansion of the North Shore Local Historic District. The proposed expansion area is generally bounded by 77th Street on the south, Hawthorne Avenue and Crespi Boulevard on the west, 87th Street on the north, and Tatum Waterway Drive and Byron Avenue on the east. Following this public hearing, the Historic Preservation Board will vote on whether to extend the interim procedures imposed under Section 118-591E of the City Code, and will vote on whether to recommend designation of the proposed historic district pursuant to Sections 118-591 through 118-593 of the City Code. To avoid irreparable harm, this application is being renoticed in an abundance of caution while the city seeks review of the recent Circuit Court Appellate Division in the YTech 180 units Miami Beach Investment LLC versus City of Miami Beach without waiving any right to further challenge of the Circuit Court's decision, without waiving any argument, defense, or claim, and to protect the historic resources at issue. The city provides this notice in accordance with the Circuit Court's construction of Section 118-591F and Section 118.8 of the City Code of Miami Beach. If the Historic Preservation votes in favor of recommending historic designation, then the proposed designation will be considered by the Planning Board and the City Commission at separately noticed public hearings at future dates. So that is the application that is before you today. The staff report and designation report provide an extensive, detailed history of this particular historic district expansion area. So I won't go into all of that. We did provide the board with a presentation of the designation report at the October 13th meeting. At that meeting, staff did a full visual presentation to the board. We did hear public comment, and due to the fact that it was pointed out during the hearing that the historic designation report hadn't been posted online, in an abundance of caution, the board decided to continue the designation report presentation to today's meeting. Again, just as a courtesy, staff did fully renotice the presentation of the historic district designation report for this meeting. So that was done in November, just so that everyone is clear what we'll be asking the board today. So I'm not going to give a full presentation, but I did want to pull up the slides, which I believe the communications department has, and really briefly run through this. Just for anyone who's watching, anyone who may have questions, I will be available for questions after this brief presentation. Okay, next slide. Again, this is the proposed boundaries. So the shaded area is what we are discussing today. And then you can see the existing North Shore Historic District with the black outline with no shading. Next slide. The historical background of the site. This is in much more detail in the historic designation report, but these images basically show that this particular area was substantially developed after World War II. Next slide. Again, as outlined in the designation report, this area has a high concentration of buildings built in the post-war modern style of architecture. We do find that is very significant. Next slide. We have found that the proposed historic district expansion does satisfy the criteria that is required for historic designation. We have found that it satisfies 4 of these criteria, and it's important to note that only one of the criteria is required to be satisfied in order to designate the area. Next slide. This is our updated map of the contributing buildings. This has been updated since the previous designation hearing. We have noted, and this is also outlined again in more detail in the property list that is attached in the designation report, that there are some changes. We have, I just wanted to point out that although we still have 7925 and 7935 Crespi Boulevard listed as contributing buildings, which they are. They were previously, they are in the National Register District, and they still do exist today. However, in 2018, the board did review and approve a certificate of appropriateness for the demolition of those buildings to be replaced with a new residential project. However, that project has not received a building permit. Therefore, those buildings are still listed as contributing and will remain so unless there is a time where that building permit is issued. The other update is for 8240 Byron. That particular building was demolished as a result of an emergency demolition order. So that has also been updated on the property list that is attached to the designation report. And that is all I have. I wanted to give the public a chance to speak and ask any questions. Now that the designation report has been posted online, I think it's important to see if there's any concerns or questions regarding that report.
Thank you, Debbie. So we should move on with that for public comment.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, while the public is lining up, do any board members have any ex parte disclosures they'd like to make since our last hearing on this item? Okay, I see none.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Nick. I see Ms. Joni Armstrong Coffey is our first speaker.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board and Ms. Tackett. I am Joni Armstrong Coffey of the law firm of Whitehead National in the Tatum Waterway neighborhood. I'd request this morning that the evidence and argument that were in the October 13 proceeding be incorporated into today's proceedings so that I can make my comments brief this morning. I have two primary issues I'd like to address, and I'll try to do that quite briefly. The first is procedural, and the second has to do with sea level rise. With regard to the procedural issue, the designation report shows that the question of designation is still not been presented publicly to the City Commission for a decision by 3/5 vote on whether to move forward with designation. That's expressly contemplated by Section 591E of the Code. I realize that the city has taken a different position with regard to that, but we believe that there has been no opportunity for public comment and no opportunity for a public vote by the City Commission on that, even with the passage of almost 2 months since October 13th. As a result, we think that there is a flaw in the process that we think is material. And we raise these issues not as hyper-technicalities, as someone mentioned in the prior proceeding, but because they have real meaning. And I hope you'll afford me the opportunity to explain to you, specifically with sea level rise, why we think those kinds of opportunities are critical to this process. The full designation report demonstrates on its face the potential impacts of sea level rise. For the sake of brevity again today, I will not review the impacts that are before you in the report. But I would stress that the described impacts show on their face two incontrovertible facts. The first is that sea level rise is going to happen and is going to have these impacts whether or not a single property owner ever seeks a certificate of appropriateness. Second, the impacts of the described future conditions shown in the designation report are beyond the ability of individual property owners to address. Why are those 2 points important? The suggestion that the impacts of sea level rise can be considered and addressed at the certificate of appropriateness stage is not only contrary to the code's requirements, but it actually will imperil the preservation of the Tatum Waterway neighborhood. And I'd like to explain to you why we see this as the very reason for the code requirements. Individual property owners are not likely to seek certificates of appropriateness where they cannot address issues like the height of the road, or the need for rebuilt seawalls, or the need for new waterways. They can't do that. It's prohibitively costly. If the city does not see requests for certificates of appropriateness, they will see the neighborhood deteriorate just as it has seen other designated neighborhoods deteriorate, because retrofitting is beyond the ability of individual owners to address. These are issues that are not typically dealt with and have not been dealt with in regular historic preservation proceedings. But we would submit to you that that's the very reason that the code requires every action by the city, including designation, to contemporaneously consider and address the impacts of sea level rise. Failure to do that now does not increase resiliency and will actually be detrimental to preservation. It's not speculative. You yourselves have seen that happen in neighborhoods like Palmview, and it will be a direct result of the board's action. So we would submit to you that the failure to actually address by creating criteria and relief for sea level rise issues is contrary to the code, and we would, for that reason, and on the record that has been made before you on October 13 and today, ask you to deny designation at this stage, or at a very minimum, defer it until required and appropriate sea level rise measures can be simultaneously enacted. The City Commission has had issues before it. There have been months, even a year, in which property owners have asked for that kind of relief. It still has not been forthcoming. We just hope that this board can send a message that the very path to preservation is to create measures or to encourage the enactment of measures that will afford the preservation of neighborhoods if they are worthy to be designated. I thank you for your time today and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Armstrong. Debbie, next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After we finish public comment, I would like the liberty to respond to some of Ms. Coffey's comments, if you don't mind.
Sure.
The next speaker is Daniel Ciraldo.
Yes, hi, and I think I'm still sworn in, right, Nick?
That's correct, Daniel. You remain under oath.
Thank you. Daniel Ciraldo on behalf of Miami Design Preservation League. Obviously, we continue to support the existing and the future designation of this neighborhood. It's really unfortunate that one very large, very well, how should we say, invested property owner has taken the city to court about this. And you heard from their attorney in the last comment. At the same time, they are commenting against designation. They have also approached the city about additional height and additional development. Some might call it high rise in that area. And, so I think an argument can be made on both sides that maybe high rises in sea level rise areas are not that resilient for the future. We all know that Miami Beach needs to continue staying resilient. I myself live in a historic building within a historic district, and I know that resiliency takes multiple dimensions. And I think the staff report is very clear with the designation about resiliency criteria. We even have a new person on your board, focus on resiliency. This is likely a model for other communities, and we urge you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Next, Debbie.
Mr. Chair, at this time, I do not see any additional speakers.
Okay.
Excuse me, we do have a hand up that just popped up. Phone number ending in 1733.
Okay, and as soon as the caller unmutes him or herself, could you state your name for the record? Hi.
Hello. Hi, how are you doing? My name is Carmen Fiori.
Hi, Carmen. I need to swear you in before you testify. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony you will give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, Carmen. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. My name is Carmen Fiori. I live in 8255 Abbott Avenue, apartment 201. I am in favor of restoring Tatum Waterway local historic designation. As I said before, skies, a very valuable and relevant aspect of Miami Beach that gives character, representation, and value to our city, is the story of our city reflected in its architecture. The Mediterranean styles. I think that this Tatum Waterway historic designation was something that 2017 referendum that was held to increase the it was to achieve deal
Carmen,
to
you're
increase the
you're coming in and out. Can you speak more clearly into the phone?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Do you want me to start?
No, you can continue. You were coming in and out, but you can continue.
Okay, we have this referendum to increase the fire in Mission Terrace and Town Center. We want to achieve the deal between the city investors and the residents to give the historical designation to Tatum Waterway. So with the result that we had in favor of the fire increase, there are 4 of the Tatum Waterway local historic denomination back in 2017. And the deal was broken with White Tech suing the city on what measures should be taken then regarding the fire increase. Well, I think we should have Tatum Waterway designated as historic local. If not, the town center's fire increase is also in doubt and compromise, as well as the credibility of those who
Okay, I think we
Okay, 2 minutes are up.
What?
Yeah.
Hello?
2 minutes. Your 2 minutes are up.
Oh, no, yes, I see. So we want to ask what would be the situation with the fire increase in Town Center and Santerra, because, it was kind of an exchange. And at that point, the Tatum Waterway was designated also. It was like that both things were connected. Maybe we should have 2 questions. If we want the fire to be increased, and the other one, if we want the Tatum Waterway to be designated as historic. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Debbie, anyone else?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I do not see any additional members who wish to speak at this point, so you can close the public hearing.
Okay, we're going to close the public hearing. Close the public hearing and move to board discussion.
I would if I could just respond briefly to Ms. Coffey's comments with regard to the Commission's ability to review this within 60 days. That is pursuant to Section 118.591 of the City Code. That it requires that the City Commission be notified of the board's decision and the initial boundaries for the proposed designation within 60 days of the vote of the Historic Preservation Board to direct the Planning Department to prepare a designation report. The City Commission may, by 5/7 vote, deny or modify the proposed request for designation. So on September 14th, at a special meeting of the Historic Preservation Board, staff presented a preliminary evaluation report. After the conclusion of our presentation, the board voted to direct staff to prepare the historic designation report, including the proposed boundaries. At that time, the City Commission was then notified. So a letter to the City Commission was transmitted on September 17th, which is the required notification of the City Commission on the board's action. The City Commission then had 60 days to determine whether or not they would have liked to have heard that at a City Commission meeting. It was at the sole discretion of the City Commission whether or not to hear the item to propose a modification of the boundaries or a denial of the requested designation. That did not occur. That was the 60 days has passed. That was 60 days from September 14th is, I believe, November 16th. November 13th. So that time has passed and the City Commission has chosen not to take it up. Therefore, the process continues. It continues today with the review of the historic designation report and your discussion and whether or not you would like to recommend designation to the Planning Board and City Commission. To Ms. Coffey's second point with regard to sea level rise, staff has evaluated the proposed designation in accordance with required sea level rise criteria. That is located on page 12 and 13 of your report. We believe, and it is our opinion, that this designation does satisfy those criteria. And that is all I have.
Thank you.
You're muted, Jack.
We're going to close public rebuttal and comment and move on to board discussion. Would you like to be first? Kirk?
Sure. I mean, first off, I just want to thank staff for all of their hard work on this. To me, I mean, you know, this speaks for itself to me, and I did just the consistency as staff mentioned in the report, the concentration of contributing structures to me. You know, I have a great affection for this neighborhood, and I think it's one of the jewels, as is Flamingo Park, you know, but in the northern section of our city. And just with regard to what Ms. Coffey said, you know, she brought up some good points, and she brought up Palm View, which we just had that discussion. And I just want to add that with regard to Palm View, we talked about this. We talked about in relation to that proposal, the Alan Schulman plan. And as I see it, as a member of this board, sea level rise, I mean, none of us are denying that sea level rise exists. And as I've seen this board conduct itself, I think it's our responsibility as a city and as a board to look for opportunities to be resilient. And in my mind, that doesn't mean that you deny if you have, you know, we have a lot of very rich architecture and history in Miami Beach. And, you know, I know in connection with Palm View, we talked about, you know, the Alan Schulman plan, accessory uses and incentives. And I think that's really important. And without historic districts, particularly in neighborhoods that are so rich and worthy of the designation, as Debbie mentioned, you don't have the conversation at all. And so, you know, I'm very wholeheartedly in support of moving this forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kirk. Nancy?
You're on mute, Nancy. You need to unmute.
Unmute?
There you go.
I'm happy that we have this opportunity to talk about this. I don't quite understand why it's creeping along. I don't know if there is something stalling the the finish to doing this designation report. I don't understand the time frame. I couldn't understand anything. The representative from Caston, I couldn't understand what she was driving at. I was trying to figure out what she was complaining about. I couldn't understand that. And that's the second time that happened, that she has come and talked about things that are just trivial to let's get along on this North Shore Historic District Tatum Waterway expansion. There is no reason that it doesn't move. So can you explain anything, or are you as baffled as I am?
Well, I mean, I can explain the previous delay, which was we had presented the designation report in October. We delayed it. The board due to the fact that it was pointed out that we didn't have the designation report posted online. In abundance of caution, the board decided to continue it. So that was a 2-month delay, so we could renotice it, just to make it crystal clear what our action was today. Today, you are being asked to make a recommendation on the designation report. So that has been before you, that is before the public today, and that is what we're asking for. At this point, the process would be to transmit a recommendation. Staff is recommending a favorable recommendation to the planning board and city commission with regard to the designation. We're also asking you to reaffirm your extension of the interim procedures for demolition. The next step would then be to be heard by the city's planning board at a publicly noticed hearing, and then it will go to city commission for 2 readings and adoption.
Okay.
So we're moving right along. We are back on track.
No, that's quite clear, and I thank you for clarifying this. How long do you think this is going to take?
We are going, if the board transmits a favorable recommendation today, we will advertise the designation for as a zoning map change to the city's planning board for their February meeting. We anticipate then a March and April city commission. So April, in our estimation, would be the final action by the city commission.
Okay, and there can be no intervening action that might try to derail this?
That window of time that the city commission had has closed. That window of time was 60 days after the September 14th meeting, which expired on November 13th. So at this point, as long as the board transmits a favorable recommendation today, the designation will travel through to the city commission.
Okay, good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Nancy.
I had one comment. I mean, I'm in favor I'm in favor of moving this forward and extending the interim procedures. But just one question for Debbie. Debbie, you mentioned, and I forget the address, but the two buildings that we in a previous hearing where we changed the classification from contributing to non-contributing to allow the demolition. You mentioned they haven't pulled a building permit yet, and as such, the properties remain contributing. So it made me think, if that board order becomes null and void because they haven't pulled a permit within the required time, does any future project, I mean, if does the contributing status
let me just clarify that. So that was December, the December 2018 meeting of the board. The board reviewed and approved, this is 7925 and 7935 Crespi Boulevard. The board reviewed and approved the total demolition of the 2 contributing buildings. The board did not reclassify the buildings. So the building classification in that is consistent with the property list and the map shown in the presentation. The buildings are still contributing and will be contributing. Now, if they are demolished pursuant to the HPB order under, in our issued a building permit for such demolition, then we would update the map to note that those no longer exist. But the classifications of those buildings were not changed. They were approved to be demolished as contributing buildings.
Okay.
Hey, Scott, would you like to continue comment, or are you done?
No, that was it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, how about Max?
Thank you. I do appreciate the comment about sea level rise being beyond the ability of individual property owners to address it. I think that's true. I don't follow the line of reasoning, though, that says designation exacerbates our vulnerability or reduces our options for addressing sea level rise and resilience. I think that the city needs to continue to address this on multiple fronts at the individual level, but also at the community and the city level, and that those are both components of resilience. I think the district meets the criteria for designation, and I'm supportive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Max. Barry?
Yeah, thank you. As well, I'd like to thank the city for their excellent work on this. And I really have nothing more to add other than, I hope I'm honored to participate in moving this forward. I think it's about time that the area is more recognized, given more prominence, more credibility for its architecture and its history. So,
thank you very much. Rick?
Thank you. Yeah, I believe if the community wants this, then they should have it. I do support it, and I appreciate the excellent designation report. I also have some concern about, future development in the neighborhood and the compounding challenges of, resiliency in a historic district. We've seen new projects come before us in the last year or two where, someone's trying to, get a new development to work here, and, the resulting proposals, seem to be out of scale. I just don't know what the future of this neighborhood will be as it responds to sea level rise and the needs for future development. And so I have some reservations about this. I understand that it's important, and it's our job to, support the community's interest in preserving their cultural patrimony. But I suspect that there will be that this will trigger some additional challenges, and I'm curious to see how those are addressed. I believe in people's ingenuity and ability to work through things, and hopefully we'll be pleasantly surprised. But I'm supportive of this with reservation, because I know that this comes with certain level of handcuffing. Maybe that's too strong a term, but it comes with additional restrictions that I think will make it difficult for this neighborhood to prosper. And so I wonder if we shouldn't also consider, leniency at the same time that we want to preserve the neighborhood. Do we need to build in some sort of leniency to allow flexibility for those property owners that want to improve their properties, and while satisfying and preserving the character of the district?
Jack, can I respond?
Sure, Nancy.
No, I support everything you state, usually, but I'm surprised at your kind of not really wanting to support this, even though you're going to support it. There are other neighborhoods in the city that are probably in worse condition down further in South Beach. And none of those people are trying to get rid of the community. Instead, they keep adding and taking care of it. I believe that there is room in preservation to always allow the sea level problem to help fix itself. We've spent a tremendous amount of time listening to reports by what is our favorite architect who deals in this, that I'm not
Alan Shulman.
Alan Shulman, thank you. So Alan Shulman has given directions on it. Other parts of South Beach, I know, have taken care of it. There is always a way to advance and perhaps add to properties. They're not set in stone. What preservation means is that you have to do something respectable that is sustainable, and something that will forward the cause of preservation. If we keep allowing and listening constantly to, we have to build bigger buildings. Forget today's conversation. There are other suggestions, even in trying to fix the the Ocean Drive, where the first thing that came out of everybody's mouth is we need to raise the height. This shocks me that we can't understand how to do preservation and make it work rather than just looking at it as something we have to get rid of. I could say much more about this. I'm not going to continue on it, but I really get this confused when people don't understand that there is a way forward. It doesn't mean you have to build a tower to exist in Miami Beach.
Thank you very much.
I would say, Rick, just think of Flamingo Park and the Flamingo Park neighborhood.
Yeah, they're not crying.
Chick, could I interject a comment?
Sure.
I'm just wondering if it might not make sense to touch on, and I'm not sure if I'm going off on a tangent too far here, but there was a lot of discussion that I was familiar with, at the community level with Dover Coal's involvement. And Rick, you mentioned the word leniency, and I just want to point out as well, the zoning code, and I don't know if Debbie would want to chime in, but when all of these discussions, as I understand it, were happening with Dover Coal, there was a discussion about incentives, and I think when you mention leniency, then you got to wonder, what does leniency mean? For sure, as a board, I think it's always, I think in a lot of the projects we get, they're on a case-by-case basis. We're sort of interpreting what are our options here? What incentives are there? What does leniency mean? What's the reasonable approach? But I also want to, recognize it in the zoning code and the overlay for this area, for contributing structures. As I understand it, there already are certain incentives built in. For instance, waiving of parking requirements, allowing, if a contributing building is preserved, to be able to keep the existing setbacks if they're less than what would be allowed for new construction today, and even height. Nobody wants to talk about type, but as well, with an additional story, if you're preserving and compatibly adding on to a contributing structure. And, as much as, or maybe even more, as leniency, I think that's a direction that we have to be looking as a city, particularly in, challenging situations where they exist, and they exist all over our city, is how do we incentivize and make it feasible and attractive for people to invest in contributing structures and to renovate them. And, there's all sorts of discussions, again, with the Alan Schulman plan, accessory use. My point is, I think incentives are as important, and maybe more so than leniency. I just wanted to add that.
And
thank you, Kirk. Oh, Scott?
I just wanted to touch on something. I know we mentioned Flamingo Park. That was one of the first neighborhoods in the city to get historic designation. So a lot of the properties in there, it's already kind of built into the thinking of people. If they have a building and they want to do work, that they're going to have to, they can't just tear it down. They need to find a way to preserve it, basically as it is. So that's part of it. But I understand when you talk about a new designation, some people, property owners, make it antsy, thinking that, this is going to put a lot of restrictions on my property. And, it may add a somewhat of another layer of red tape to get something done. But I think when you look at the property we just talked about on Crespi Boulevard, where this board 2 years ago granted a complete demolition of two buildings, when the case was presented to us, we're not, when we see there is an issue with a certain property, we will, we're not going to say you have to keep it at all costs. We are open to more either total demo or substantial demo for somebody to be able to renovate the property or build new for, take into consideration sea level rise and the like. So I just wanted to throw those two comments in. Thank you.
Can I add just a one-liner?
Sure, Nancy.
Aside from all I said before, I think we have to bring back the thought in people's minds that the reason that Miami Beach came back from a Great Depression before the historic preservation movement began, and the preservation movement made Miami Beach what it is today. Towers didn't make that happen, or other kinds of things that people like to do, demolishing beautiful buildings. All of that is just so anti to what preservation means to this city. We wouldn't have all that we have if preservation hadn't happened in 1979 and grown since. I think that has to be repeated somewhere because we're losing it. We are losing it. I see things that are going on. This thing about 250-story buildings, all of that has nothing to do to make this city work. So that's it. I have expressed my displeasure.
Well, thank you very much, and I agree with you. Thank you. Anyone else before we call for the question?
Just one other.
Oh, sorry, man.
Maybe point out there's a phrase that appears throughout the report that's a suitable level of flexibility, and I think that kind of summarizes what we've been talking about as well. And it's incumbent on us as a board to apply that flexibility, in a way that's appropriate. That's what at least gave me some level of ease and how that was addressed throughout with that term.
I'll move it if you want a motion.
So let me just recap staff's recommendation. We are recommending that the board make a motion to transmit the historic designation to the planning board and city commission with a favorable recommendation, and to recognize that the interim procedures for the demolition shall continue to apply until the final action is taken by the city commission.
Okay. I'll move it.
A second.
Motion made by Nancy, second by Mr. Klein. I'm going to do a roll call on this, if you don't mind. Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Mr. Needleman?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Licht?
Yes.
Mr. Klein? Ms. Liebman?
Yes.
Mr. Finglass, Chairman?
Yes.
Okay, that was unanimous. The motion passes, and we will transmit that to the planning board. Thank you, and city commission. Thank you very much.
Super, thank you. The next one is 826 Meridian, I believe.
That is correct. Is everybody okay? Does anyone need a break, particularly the gentlemen who are at the convention center? Does anyone need a 5-minute break?
I'll take one.
Yeah, I think, Mr. Chair, if we could have, is 10 minutes?
Is this our lunch break? Or bathroom?
I think the people who are live, appearing live at the convention center may need a quick refreshment break.
Okay, so when do
So we can come back at about 12:45?
Okay.
About 10 minutes from now?
12:45 it is.
Yep, and then we'll keep moving right along.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the afternoon session of the Historic Preservation Board. First up this afternoon is, let's see, it is 826 Meridian Avenue, I believe, Debbie?
That is correct, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. The next application on the agenda is HPB File 20-0418. This is 826 Meridian Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the renovation and restoration of the existing building on the site, the classification of the existing rear accessory building as non-contributing, the total demolition of the rear accessory building, and the construction of a new detached rear addition, including variances from the rear setback and open space requirements. So this application initially came before you at the October meeting. The board had issued some comments, specifically requesting some additional information about this rear accessory structure. The applicant has provided some additional information. Further, they have provided a supplemental letter of intent outlining not only the additional information regarding the rear structure, however, and they have also included some information with regard to the intent of use of the structure as a single family home. They have also redesigned the rear facade of the proposed addition. They've simplified that and refined that in the plans that are currently presented before you. With regard to the rear accessory structure, so staff would note that this was originally constructed with the main home as a garage. We have been able to verify that that garage was accessed from the front of the property. So from the east side would have been the front entry of the garage structure itself. So that has clearly been modified. While the permit history is limited to a certain extent, it is clear, looking at the photographs and analyzing the site, that at some point that garage was turned into a residential unit. There doesn't seem to be a substantial amount of permit history for that conversion, so it's unclear exactly when that took place. There was a 2005 permit that corrected some issues with the electrical permits for interior renovation. However, there's not a full permit history on the changes that have occurred and when actually it was converted to an additional unit. But looking at the property, clearly the permastone has been added. It appears that the finished floor may have been elevated on the inside of the garage, since there are steps leading up to the structure. There's no real indication of what the design was originally. However, in similar instances, it's likely that besides the raised corners of the structure, it likely had little ornamentation. Probably not as consistent with the main house that does have a good amount of architectural detailing. It's also important to note that this structure is only visible from the alley. Staff has outlined in our analysis that we have no objection to the reclassification and demolition of the structure in order to accommodate a new two-story rear addition, which is consistent with the Flamingo Park development regulations, which do require additions to contributing properties to be separated 10 feet from the rear of any building. So we do believe that it's consistent with the spirit of the Flamingo Park neighborhood. In the past, the board has approved the demolition of several other very modest rear accessory structures that were in the rear of the properties in order to accommodate the new addition to a home. We also pointed out in the staff report that the restoration, specifically also with the site plan and the landscape plan of the main one-story home, will be a significant improvement to the neighborhood. Right now, if any of you have gone by the site, it's barely visible at all due to the overgrowth of vegetation. The applicant has agreed to clear that out, he has submitted a new landscape plan and has proposed to restore the existing primary home. So staff has no objection. We also have no objection to the variances, which are really the result of the Flamingo Park regulations that require these new additions to be set back toward the rear of the site. Also, the rear setback is consistent with the neighboring properties. The neighboring properties, you have 2 3-story buildings that are through lots. Neither of the neighbors are conforming to the zoning code and do not provide that open space that this project will. So we think that is a benefit to the neighborhood. I just need to point out, I know the board did receive a statement from MDPL with regard to their recommendation for the application. I just needed to point out two things that I believe are inaccurate. One is the references to the 2 Miami Herald articles, which all of the board members have. There's a statement by MDPL that both of those Herald articles reference this particular building and the garage. Both of those articles represent buildings that are located in the 700 block of Meridian Avenue. 700 and 710 Meridian Avenue are the subject of, I believe, what MDPL is pointing out in those articles. So I just wanted to put that on the record. Also, MDPL mentions a completely separate site, which is the Indian Creek site that the board, this is 3120 Collins Avenue, that has the Med Revival buildings fronting onto Indian Creek. In their statement, they state that staff had found the garage in that particular site, which is a different site, established an integral relationship to the residents and called for its restoration. That's not entirely accurate. Staff did not make that statement in our 2016 report. We did make the statement that the garage was substantially intact. But again, that's a completely different site and project. But I just wanted to clarify that on the record. And that is all I have. I believe the applicant is here to give their presentation.
That's wonderful.
Alejandro?
Hello, how are you doing there?
Very well, thank you. Do you have your presentation?
Yes. Basically, what we brought here.
Alejandro, before you begin, I'd like to swear you in. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you will give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You have 10 minutes for your presentation.
All right. Okay, we have a presentation that is not the one we did before in the previous meeting. The title is Reclassification of the Accessory Building as Not Contributing. You should have a PDF, or that's not the one. It should be another one we sent yesterday.
Yes, this is what actually is being reflected on Novus, is what we actually received.
Okay. All right, I guess we could do with that one anyway. All right, that is the same presentation we did last time. If you can go to the next slide. That is where the project is located, in the Flamingo Park District, on Meridian Avenue between 7th and 8th. Next slide, please. That is the actual state of the property. Toward the center of the picture, you can see the high hedge that is covering the front of the property. The next slide will show another angle of the same front. Next slide. That is the how the property looks from now. Right now, is covered by a lot of greenery, high hedge, and climbing ivy, and another a trellis that covers almost half of the front of the property that we're planning on remove and bring back to the original state of the house. Next slide, please. That is the rear structure in question, which we're proposing to demo based on the lack of historic relevance that we found looking around and making our analysis. The next slide will show a different angle. And that is a it's an important part of the project to remove that structure in order to accommodate the addition, the accessory building that we're building and that they're doing on the back. The next slide will show the view of that same building looking from the inside of the property, in which you can clearly see that it was extensively remodeled. It's now a residential unit, which is well under the flood level. It's about 6 feet something, and has changed significantly by the addition of windows and moldings and perma stone cladding. Next slide is showing the side view of the same building. Next slide. Here you can see a comparison between the side by side between the existing site plan on top and the proposed site plan, including our new building, the two-story building, in which we are taking more setback space than the code requires in order to leave more space to the buildings on the side, even though these buildings are higher than our proposed building and they have windows looking at the property, highly compromising the privacy of this courtyard we're proposing, which is the main spirit of the project. Next slide. That is detailed plans, floor plan showing what's going to happen on the addition on the other building. You can see there are 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. Those are designed specifically for the family of the owner, which has 2 sons with several kids each. One has 4 kids, the other one has another 2. And these bedrooms, these are actually an area just for sleeping units. The rest, there's no living units here, no kitchen, and there's no other than bedrooms here. And the people occupying these spaces will be using the facilities in the house, as they are from the same family. Next slide is showing, here we're trying to show the how the height of the building won't affect the visibility from Meridian. It will be right under the visibility line of sight. Next slide will show how we are planning on restoring the front of the property, besides changing the windows to match the original ones with modern materials. We are going back to the legal height hedge and making the property part of the district now. So as you can easily see the main building very clearly. Next picture will show another angle of the same building, with the same front. Next picture, and same thing. Next picture. That is how the additional building, the building that we're proposing, is going to look from the alley we think it's really an addition, a good addition to the neighborhood, since there's nothing on that alley that is actually reflecting any type of dedicated architectural design, since everything is a back of a building which is often ugly and not taken care of. What we're trying to do here is to give some more air and light, and by adding green spaces and trees, and making more a nice architectural view from this side. Next picture. The next few pictures are showing how the interior yard is going to look. You can keep going. So you can see how the buildings relate to the internal yard. You can keep going. And I think that's it for the presentation. Basically, I have nothing to add to what Debbie said. We couldn't find, we are really proposing the demolition of this building because we couldn't find any relevant historical data about it. Besides, we know it was constructed as a garage originally, but after that, it was modified so much and doesn't have now any relation, any architectural relation to the main building, right? And the style doesn't match at all with it, and it was modified in a really not nice way. So that's why we're basically proposing the demolition, because we are not considering it of the same architectural value as the main building.
Okay, thank you very much. Debbie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you want to open it up to public comment, we do have 2 speakers.
Okay. And while the public lines up, do any board members have any disclosures to make on this application?
Yes, I do. This project was presented to the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association last night at our meeting, and we didn't know, there was no position taken on it, but we did have a good discussion on it, and I can remain impartial.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else?
Okay, seeing none, our first speaker is Daniel Seraldo.
Daniel, you remain under oath. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Okay, I think I'm on now, right?
Yep, you're on.
Okay, thank you. Daniel Seraldo on behalf of the Miami Design Preservation League. MDPL continues to oppose the reclassification and demolition of the garage structure. The Flamingo Park neighborhood and the structure is part of has rules strictly limiting the demolition of contributing buildings. And kind of going back to the big issue we have is that we are disappointed that there's a lack of a real historic resources report. In fact, just the other day, I emailed Debbie Tackett asking for the building card of this, and what she sent me is not actually what's in the other report that was provided by the applicant. There's like 1 page with like some sort of a building card and then an old photograph. And David McKinney, who is on our committee, did some research on his own and came up with some articles, and I think he's on this call, so I'll let him speak to that. But really, that's not MDPL's job. That really does rest with the applicant to do the research. And so I don't know if we need to do a better job as a city in helping applicants, to research these properties, but something didn't go well in this case. I'm probably out of time, but but I think David's going to chime in as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. The next speaker is David McKinney.
Hi, David. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you will give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, the information I supplied to the Miami Design Preservation League, so if there's any inaccuracy there on those articles, it is there, my fault and not theirs. But what I have noticed and why I called first for when this came before you before was to for a historic resources report is the numbers seem to be fluid in the Miami Herald reports. I cannot tell, and of course Ms. Taggett, who is an expert on the history of Miami Beach, and I am not, would be able to tell you if their house numbers have changed through the years. But what I did, since they're trying to match this with the building card, was that these were the two that matched with the report of the building permits in the Miami Herald to the development of Meridian at that time. Again, what I did was they were just trying to do when I didn't see any there is to find a basic understanding. I hope that if a applicant has the resources to tear down a building, that they would also use part of that resources to clear and to do a historic resources report. They're both in terms of what they plan to do, but in terms of the record of the city. Thank you.
Thank you, David, very much. Next, Debbie.
Mr. Chair, I do not see any other speakers at this time.
Okay, so we'll close that and move on to, I guess we're going to do owner's rebuttal, or if there is any. I guess there's not. Hearing none, we move on to board discussion. Who would like to go first?
I'll start since it's fresh in my mind from last night. There was a lot of discussion, and you heard it here today, about the historical resources report for the property. I don't know if there was some confusion on the applicant's part about what his responsibility was in providing that. I know sometimes we receive reports that are very thorough, and other times some with scant information in them. It all depends on what can be found out there. When we discuss, like I said, when we discussed the lesson, that was the main concern. And I do think, overall, as far as the project is, I'm okay with it. We have had many projects come to us, much more extensive in their proposed demolition than this one, and we've approved them. I think if this project goes forward, what we're getting is basically a complete renovation of the house in the front, and kind of opening it up back to the neighborhood. The applicant did take our other concerns from last time it was heard about the air conditioning units and I think the vines in the back building and incorporate them into his project. So I'm okay with the project, but I still would like to get something from the applicant. Maybe staff could explain to him, maybe there are certain people out there, we know who they are, that do these reports, that can really research it and find out a little bit more information on that structure in the back before we give it a final approval, if that's the direction we're headed in. Either way, I'd like to see some information on the history of that project, the building, I should say. Another question that I think maybe staff can answer, and this is what the applicant was a little confused about before. On the on the application, it says that they want to reclassify it as non-contributing, but also under existing structures a little further down on the front page of the report, under classification, it says rear accessory building not classified. So I think maybe you could explain to the applicant how that works, because I think that is a little confusing.
Absolutely, and that's a great point. Very briefly, when the Flamingo Park Historic District was surveyed for the initial local designation in 1990, what we have found is that the database is missing a lot of the rear accessory structures. I would say the vast majority of these little accessory structures, which are quite common in Flamingo Park, were not identified in the historic properties database or during the survey process. So while the front of the building was clearly identified as contributing, the rear structure had no information in the designation and no classification. In the RM1 Flamingo Park overlay area, only buildings that are classified as non-contributing may be proposed for demolition. So there is a requirement for them to even apply to the board for demolition that this particular building be classified as non-contributing. It's not a reclassification. The building does not currently have a classification of contributing. What we're recommending is the board classify this as a non-contributing structure, so that we can accommodate a very modest new addition to the site. This is quite common. The board has seen many of these throughout the Flamingo Park neighborhood over the past 15 to 20 years, where we bring these small rear accessory structures. Sometimes it's one, sometimes buildings even have multiple rear accessory structures. And, during those conversations, we always recommend that the board does issue a classification of these accessory structures, just so we can keep our database as up to date and accurate as possible.
Thank you, Debbie. Well, let's move on. We had Scott. How about Kirk?
I'm really torn on this. First of all, I have a hard time with the precedent on this one. I believe in these sorts of structures, which Debbie mentioned, are common and indicative of Flamingo Park and also other neighborhoods of the city. I'm not willing to, go so far as to say that these garage accessory structures are insignificant. I do want to say that in terms of the new design, I think it's nicely done. I don't have any issue with the design. With regard to historical documentation, to me, this is more about the relationship between the accessory structure and the main house, one. But more than that, what I really don't love, and maybe it's just me, but when you look at the angle from the alleyway, the buildings in the surrounding area, including this accessory structure, they have a zero lot line from what I can see. And Debbie, correct me if I'm wrong on that. So we're demolishing the existing accessory structure, which was built, it looks like it was built very close to, if not right up to the lot line on the alleyway. We're demolishing that, and we're pushing back to the new zoning guidelines, presumably the new rear setback for the new construction. And in so doing, we're removing the consistency of those buildings that back up, the accessory buildings that back up to the alleyway, which there's a feel to that. I mean, it's representative of an era. It's historic in that regard. And when we talk about the lack of historic documentation, that happens. It happens in our city. And one of the biggest bones to pick that I would have is to disregard the significance of a building because we don't have existing documentation. They're historic buildings, they're old. It was a garage structure, but I think pretty much all of us know generally, massing wise, material wise, how a 1924 accessory garage structure in the Mediterranean revival style would relate to the main house. And, you know, this is a single family home, and I take that into consideration because I don't think in our expectations that we should be unreasonable. And that's where I'm struggling because in my mind, I know that the Flamingo Park zoning would allow a one-story addition. And if I'm not wrong, it would have allowed and would allow a one-story addition onto that existing garage structure. And so what I don't understand is why not take that approach where you have the existing, you know, fronting the alleyway, the existing structure. Sure, remove everything that we know is from the 40s and the 50s, not original to the building, but why not? I mean, would it be exorbitant? I don't believe that it would be to add on to the existing building and get the same amount of volume and maybe even more because you would have a zero lot line if you were making use of the existing structure and maintain the original significant building. And that's my issue with this one. And beyond that, I think it's a bad precedent for the board to set that these accessory buildings don't matter, the relationship. I do think that particularly single family homes and everyone else, they should be able to invest in their properties. And I think, you know, we always look for opportunities to be flexible for people to, you know, to accommodate more volume and to do more with their structures in a compatible way. Where I am struggling is that I don't feel like that's been explored, particularly with the idea of just declassifying the building and demolishing it. And those are my reasons why.
Thank you, Kirk, for that great insight. Thank you so much. Mac?
Thank you. Debbie's comments in the preamble addressed some of the things that had caught my attention. I definitely think it's worthwhile to be investigating, you know, and analyzing these non-classified buildings. I think from the description of the process, it represents maybe a flaw in that methodology from when we're going through, and it's creating this maybe an additional burden now of needing to investigate that further, but I think it's worthwhile. That said, I guess getting into more of like some of the points that we discussed about the project itself last time, I saw the point about the air conditioning being addressed. What wasn't clear is if the open space requirement had been addressed in the decking, if that had been worked out. The plans looked the same to me in comparing those. So I just want to check if that was, if that had been addressed. But yeah, my overriding thought with this one is just that we make sure it wasn't a mistake, you know, that this is not classified, that we actually are confident in the status as not contributing, and having a bit more rigor around the historic resources analysis and report would help us with that. And Debbie, your explanation covered, I was curious as to why, you know, the MDPL analysis was different from what was in the staff report. I see now you may have been looking at different properties. That's another aspect that I think a more detailed report would help to clarify that.
Thank you, Max. Let's see, Barry.
Yeah, sorry. We always do get these historic reports on the projects, cultural resource survey, if you may. And it would be interesting to know if information is there. I am not sure on Kirk's point if the applicant could build if they could or should build a one-story addition on top of that building, aligning it with the existing form of the building. I think, in my opinion, that their proposed two-story addition, in a sense, would be more sensitive than that approach. They're giving more space to the existing neighbors on the side. Additionally, from the alley, which not all of the buildings there are to the property line. It's probably about a 50-50. Some have a nice yard in that alley, and others are a few feet back, like these folks are proposing, a wood fence, some 5 feet of landscape, and a building. So I'm not opposed to it, and I would vote in favor of it.
Okay. Thank you, Barry. Rick?
Thank you. I agree with Kirk's suggestion that it's worth exploring adding onto the existing structure, even if there's some partial demolition of it. I would say, if they keep it to the back property line, they might end up with a larger yard. In fact. I also wonder about the proposed structure. The renderings make it look like it's designed to have wood posts abutting a masonry structure, which would have a hard time with moisture. It's not clear to me if that's correct or if that's just an applied finish. I'm not sure that it's been thoroughly thought through. But in short, I would expect that they should at least attempt to incorporate the existing structure before just demolishing it altogether.
Okay. Thank you very much, Rick. Nancy? Nancy?
Here. Okay, you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know how long we're going to knock ourselves out trying to figure out about this structure in a backyard that it doesn't even resemble the main house in any sort of way. So maybe it was a leftover from some other, I don't know. And since there is no report to show that this is historic and when it was built or whatever, I love the main house and what they've done to it. And I would not like to see this keep dragging on to save another garage. So I would not be in favor of it. I'm in favor of supporting it without the garage. Even if you want to make one more go at it, fine. But I think that it's using a lot of energy for nothing. There are probably hundreds of these garages around. This is not a one and only. It's not a special. So I would, wait, is that right? I would vote in favor of not keeping the garage, and let's let the owners go on with the main house. The only question I have to the owner is what they're going to do with a new space there that couldn't be done with this garage space. What are they doing on the second floor? Can we ask him? I haven't heard anything about that. Debbie?
I can reply. So it's just an expansion of the single family home on both floors. They have provided some information about the owner and his family. He does have children, and the idea would be to have their bedrooms, they're grown, separated. So it's all residential. It's not a separate unit. It's all part of the one single family home. In order to accommodate more space for his family, he's asking for this rear addition. It is a multifamily district. So if they wanted to propose additional units, they could, but that's not part of this application. It would all be considered one single family residence.
I would be more concerned about the fact that it's not going to become an Airbnb or something like that, that it's actually going to be used for family and visitors. Now, do we have the ability to?
And we've spoken with the applicant about that too, and they did provide some more information. I will let them, if they have anything they would like to add to that, explain how the property is going to be used by the family. Alejandro, do you have some information you would like to provide the board?
Didn't they give that in their
They did. They provided that in the letter, their family situation and how they're going to use the property. Looking at the floor plan, this is something staff is always concerned about as well, especially in Flamingo Park, because it is a residential district. It doesn't lend itself to easily be converted to an Airbnb. Now, any property, I'm sure if owners are creative enough, they can abuse their properties and rent them out illegally, but staff did not see any indication of that in this particular application.
Okay, well, I love the house. I think the garage will just take away from the existing main house. It's not going to add anything as far as I can see.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. I'm last, but not least.
Max.
I think Max already.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
I went. Yeah, thank you.
Well, you can speak again if you want. I'm last, but not least officially. I follow in Kirk's footprints on this one. I'm extremely and Scott's. I'm extremely torn, and I'm struggling mightily because this is a very old building. If it's not 1924, it's close to it. And I hate to see anything of that age that is structurally sound disappear for basically expansion reasons of a residence. I agree with him that it could be added to in some, with Kirk, it could be added to in some way. There are some remaining architectural details, like the little protrusions at the corners, that do tie it in with a house. And I firmly believe on the other side that these people own the property. They're lovingly restoring the front part, and they do have a right to make the property useful for their purposes. So that's where the rub is. I just am quite torn. Everybody who's spoken has some good points, but I worry in some way about the precedent that it sets. Even though we say each time that we don't look at precedents and we're looking at a project individually, these things do tend to build up. And people do use other projects as reasons for justifying what they want to do, like my friend Neeson Kasten does all the time. And I'm really torn. So I don't know where I am right now. So with that, I'll turn it back to Debbie.
If I could so we looked at the potential of adding on to either the garage or the main house. The Flamingo Park RM1 regulations are probably the most formula-based regulations we have, and they're very prescriptive. And the little garage structure, because the front of the garage we have verified was facing Meridian Avenue. There was you could clearly see a driveway access from Meridian Avenue all the way down to the garage. That would not be permitted to be added onto. Flamingo Park does allow for attached additions, only in very limited circumstances. So the main house, potentially, the applicant could request to expand that toward the rear at 1 story. There are some challenges with that, including the differences in elevation that would require that, not that it's insurmountable, stepping up to a new attached addition. The new addition would also need to be separated a good distance from the garage. The garage could not be added onto because the rear of the garage is adjacent to the alley. It's on the property line, if not slightly encroaching. So that would have to stay as it is. That structure itself would not be able to be converted into any habitable use. We do believe that the existing residential unit that's there is illegal. And since it doesn't meet the finished floor requirements, the FEMA requirements, that would have to be a storage area or reconverted back to a garage if that was possible. So that would have to stay. The problem with then expanding the 1-story structure, you are going to have kind of an awkward height difference. And then we're going to even more reduce the open space. Staff did not believe that was appropriate to do. The spirit of the Flamingo Park is to have these separations between the historic building and any new construction at the rear, so that we have the light and air and the green space. That's more and more important as we talk about resiliency issues, to have as much kind of open area as possible. So expanding that 1 story, would start really encroaching even more than the currently proposed project. It's also important to note that currently rooftop additions are not permitted in the Flamingo Park. So they couldn't add a second story on either the garage or the main house. It's very limited. And why staff was very supportive of this, first of all, it's significantly under the maximum FAR that's allowable. It's significantly under the maximum height that's allowable for the district. And it does really comply with the spirit of the Flamingo Park ordinance, which we do not believe that an attached addition would. So, it's up to the board. I know this is a tricky one. And I respect, whatever comments you have, and we're happy, we're recommending approval, but we're also happy to go back with the applicant and see what other options. Kirk.
Mr. Chair, if I could, I just want a little further clarification. I want to understand, I think it's important for all of us to understand the way the zoning code plays into this. So I wanted to ask for a little bit of further clarification regarding the garage structure. You're saying because you have documentation that an exit point was to Meridian, that it could not be added on to, but if it had an exit to the alley, then it could?
Potentially, but then it is a little tricky, but yes. So attached additions may be permitted on buildings with a flat roof and parapet, which both of these buildings have. At the rear, only at the rear of the building can these attached additions be placed. The rear of the garage building is immediately adjacent to the right of the alley line.
What if it had an exit that went in both directions, to Meridian and to the alley? Do we know for a fact that it didn't?
The evidence seemed to, and we looked through aerial photographs as early as we found them, which were the 40s. It appears that it was designed with the entrance of Meridian. There's no evidence on the back of a garage opening. On the Meridian facing side, you can see where potentially there was a garage door opening.
But if there had been onto the alley, then they would have been able to build a one-story addition to that.
A small one-story addition, again, because they cannot, encroach too much. Personally, I wouldn't want to see the lot built out with a one-story structure. So they, yes, if the rear was facing Meridian and then the rear of the main house is fronting the alley, technically, zoning-wise, they could connect them. So you would have, similar to their neighbors, this through block property with really no open space whatsoever, except for the side setbacks.
They would have to connect them for that to be feasible, you're saying?
I don't think they would have to connect them, but then there's the issue of the garage being below base flood elevation. So what do you do with that?
But don't you?
The ceiling heights, you couldn't raise it internally any more than it already had been.
But can't you get a waiver for that from the HP?
You could, but it's not something we would necessarily want to encourage for this type of building. The front building, in our opinion, is much more significant to the district. It's visible. Well, it should be visible to the district. Originally, when it was designed, it was visible as part of the architectural fabric of the neighborhood, and we want that, to reoccur.
And you also said at the very end of what you were saying, which was very helpful, and I appreciate it, that so the reason they could not do a one-story addition on the garage structure is because the entry was to Meridian, from what we know. And then you said they could not right now do a one-story addition to the house, which, did you say that?
They could do a rear one-story addition to the house. It's not something staff would recommend for the reasons, I already explained. But they could, and as long as it was separated significantly from the garage, from the front of the garage. And then again, it's just staff is concerned that these lot coverage requirements are actually, they're asking to reduce them now, but they would even be further reduced.
And would be far more costly to add on to the house, presumably, than
potentially. I don't think it would be far more costly. It may be more costly because they are renovating the existing home significantly. The difficult thing would be the level changes.
Well, what's troubling to me, the reason why I wanted clarification, again, it's when we run into these situations where, you don't want to overburden the property owners of historic structures. We all want a spirit of cooperation so that people can use their structures as they need to and preserve them. But in this instance, like other ones we've talked about, totally separate zoning code, we end up being forced into a decision of either we're going to put the property owner through hell to try to just add a couple of bedrooms, or we're going to demolish the contributing structure. And I just call that out because
remember, it's not contributing. It's not classified.
Okay. A significant, potentially historic structure. And we're forced into a box of either demolish or create potentially a difficult and possibly costly situation for the owner. And I just call it out because it's those sort of instances that we only get a handful of times, but I call it out on our code because I don't think it's good that we're put in this situation. And, there will be accessory structures, and I know this board doesn't have opportunities to correct those, but I want to call them out because where there's glitches in the code that force us into these situations, I wish that there were a way to correct that.
Thank you, Kirk. If I might, I guess I am forced to admit I'm not as familiar with this neighborhood and its issues as I might be, and I know we still have someone on the board who is absolutely in the middle of this. Scott, if you don't mind, I know you were trying to be diplomatic and sidestep some of these questions before. could you weigh in a little bit more, please? I mean, this is your area. You're very familiar with all these buildings. I hate to I'm so torn. I hate to rule one way or another without a little bit more information. It's important to me that every possible historic building has its day in court, and this is the day for this garage.
Well, I can say I'm pretty certain the feeling in the neighborhood is, you know, if you went around and asked a lot of people, I think if you told them we were going to take a single family home and renovate it, and open it up again to the neighborhood, but the cost to that is, you know, maybe losing a significant, I don't want to say significant building, but a garage structure in the rear of it, you know, in order to build a rather modest 2-story addition. I would think a lot of the residents would be happy with that. And I say that because of it, in my 5.5 years on this board, it seems like every project that's come in front of us in this neighborhood that is doing the same thing is not proposing, or I should say, is proposing when they propose the rear detached addition, it's 2-3 stories, possibly used as, you know, apartments, rather large, maxes out the FAR, maxes out pretty much everything they can, which basically really, you know, intensifies the use in the neighborhood. And, you know, although maybe, you know, only in the alleys, you know, blocks out some sight lines and the like. So, you know, a lot of those, though, do not have any demolition proposed. It's usually just an open area in the back. So that's what's different about this. So I would say if you asked a lot of the people, or a lot of the residents in the neighborhood, I think generally they would be in favor of it. Personally, I mentioned before, I am. I like when you have single family homes sort of scattered around the neighborhood, just dropped in place somewhere. I think it adds a lot of character to the neighborhood instead of, you know, a lot of sort of, you know, the 2- and 3-story buildings block after block. So, you know, I think overall it's a good project. You know, at the meeting last night, we talked about it, but, you know, we really just focused on the historical nature of that accessory garage building. And there were a lot of questions over that as far as, is it historic? You know, what the report and the like. I mean, we all know here, at least in my time on the board, we've approved not maybe total demolition, but substantial demolition to other properties that are much more prominent, and, you know, much more, you know, I can't think of the word now, but other properties that sort of go far and beyond what this is. This is basically it is a total demolition. And I think that's what's throwing a lot of us off when we say, well, I don't want to say throwing us off, but giving us concern when we say total demolition. If, in all honesty, I think if they came to us and said, well, we're gonna leave the Meridian Avenue facing facade of that little garage structure and add on to it 3 stories and put a building there that's rather large, we may have approved them by now. I just think that because we're saying, you know, total demolition, it does give us some concern. To that end, and I mentioned this before when I spoke, you know, maybe the applicant should go back and do, maybe not the applicant, maybe the staff can recommend somebody or explain the best way to go about doing. You're shaking your head, Debbie.
Well,
I don't
we're
know,
not. We cannot recommend.
Okay.
That they seek
Well, maybe
services.
then we could just tell the applicant to go back and provide a thorough historical resources report. I know MDL tried to do that, and I guess there's a question on whether or not what they provided was accurate. But I assume if a report came back and there's really nothing in it that says, any famous actor or president or whoever stayed in that little structure at one point or parked their car there, beyond that, maybe that would give some cover to some board members that are on the edge as to whether or not they're okay with the total demolition.
And I understand the board is used to seeing more of a professional historic research report. I do want to point out, however, that staff did do research. We did provide the applicant with the Miami Herald articles that Mr. McKinney sent. Again, we noted that those were for different properties. We did provide the aerial photographs. We do our own research to see what we can find. We were satisfied with our research and what the applicant had submitted with our recommendation. But, it's up to the board whether or not you want them to try again.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Debbie. I think this would be a two-part motion, right?
There are variances and there's a certificate of appropriateness. The certificate of appropriateness and the classification could be heard together, and then the variances would be a separate motion.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion?
Can I just make one statement? Because I'm willing to support this based on what we just talked about and the fact that we're backed into a corner. I do want to make the statement, though. I want to state it on the record that I have a problem with lots of our accessory use structures being demolished. I have a problem with losing the character of the alleyways, which we have very few of, and they're a great urban experience for people walking around. I'm willing to support it, but I'm not happy about it. I just want to state that, and based on that, I'll move it unhappily.
And I'll second it.
Okay, and Kirk, that is to move the certificate of appropriateness and the classification of the accessory structure.
One question. If
Yes.
the accessory structure is being demolished, why do we have to change the classification? Are we
Because
just
it cannot be demolished unless it's classified as non-contributing.
Okay, but didn't we? Okay, I thought we just had
Right,
that
in
discussion
this
about North Beach.
particular district, and North Beach does not have the same regulations because our code is like a choose your own adventure book.
There you go. Yes.
In this area,
Right.
it has to be non-contributing for demolition.
All right. Thank you. Yes.
Okay, that was a motion and a second. I am going to do the roll call. Mr. Needleman,
Yes.
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Mr. Litt.
And you said the open space was taken care of?
No, we're going to do that next. Yes, they have agreed to our conditions, but that's the variance, which would be the next application. But they have agreed.
Okay, sorry.
It's okay. So
yes.
for the COA and classification,
Yes.
Ms. Liebman? Okay, that was a yes. Mr. Klein
Happily, yes.
and Chairman Finglass.
No.
Okay, so that is a 6-1. That motion has been approved. Now for the variances. So the variance is to reduce the rear setback and for the open space. Max, they have agreed to adjust in accordance with our recommendations. The property, they still are required to have the variance, but staff is satisfied in our conversations with the property owner that they are going to abide by the conditions that we're outlining in the draft order. Okay, so for the two variances, do we have a motion?
I'll move them.
Mr. Klein moved it. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Mr. Needleman seconded. Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Litt?
Yes.
Ms. Liebman? Yes. Mr. Needleman?
Yes.
Mr. Klein?
Yes.
Chairman Finglas?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes 7-0. The project is approved. Thank you very much. Okay, our next application, let me find the agenda, excuse me. Our next application is HPB file 20-0434. This is 745 Alton Road. An application has been submitted requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the installation of a sign above the ground level. This is the Baptist Health facility located on Alton Road. It is a new building. Was approved by the board several years ago and opened just recently, a couple years ago it opened. So they are asking for a sign above the ground level, which may be strange. This is somewhat of a new amendment to the current signage ordinance, which does permit signage above the ground level, but only at the discretion of the Historic Preservation Board or Design Review Board, whichever the jurisdiction is. So staff has evaluated the proposal. It's important to note that in July of 2018, the board had previously approved variances to relocate allowable signs to the second floor of the building for a building identification sign from the street facade to the non-street facade. So if the board hadn't approved that variance, then this sign could be treated as a building identification sign, which would have been able to be approved administratively. However, since they already have received a building identification sign, that's why they are before you today. Staff has no objection to the design of the sign. We think it is perfectly in scale with the building, which is it's quite large building. It spans the vast majority of that block. So we do not believe that this will result in any sort of excessive signage, and we don't believe it will have any adverse impact on the neighborhood and are recommending the board approve the application.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is there any public comment?
Let me check that now. I do not currently see any members of the public. However, Brooke Walter, I believe, is representing the applicant.
Hi,
and
Brooke,
I'm not sure if she has a presentation or if she would like to address the board. Brooke?
Hi, Brooke. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you will give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Brooke, it looks like you're muted.
I just unmuted. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes, we can hear you.
I do.
Great. Thanks. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Actually, I didn't provide a presentation. I was hoping everything I dropped off and submitted was sufficient. I'm available for any questions that you do have. I would love to have the opportunity to install this signage. The hospital has become an urgent care and there's no identification for that. And that is hence the reason they're asking for the signage to identify the location as an urgent care for the community.
Doesn't it say urgent care on the building now?
No, sir.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you both. Anybody else from the public? Debbie?
Mr. Chair, no, I do not see anyone waiting to speak.
Let's close public comment and move on to board discussion then. Does anybody have a comment? I guess we should start that way.
Yeah, just a question. I'm in favor. I mean, I don't see an issue with basically moving the sign from the ground floor to the top. It's facing Alton Road. I did read somewhere that the sign or the symbol on the north facade will be illuminated. That does face a residential sort of area, a residential building. I just wonder, is it just backlit or is that going to be very bright? Just a concern.
Sorry.
Brooke, you can respond.
I do apologize. That the location, it will be backlit. We did get the approval to move forward with illuminating that sign already. And that is separate from this one, but it will all be backlit.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. Does any board member have any other comment? We can move through this quickly, hopefully. Okay. Seeing none.
Nancy, I think Nancy can you unmute?
Nancy, you're muted.
Okay.
There you go.
I'd like to ask, the backlit, it's right there in the face of the residential community.
Yeah, it's the backlit is a very soft. It's a halo lighting. It's not a projecting light.
Is it what's next door? I can picture where the clinic is, but I can't picture. Is that where the church is? Next, going north?
No, the church is south of that.
All right, so what's north of that place? That. Right. Where's the person who was speaking?
I am here. Heading north is residential. That's the only pictures I have right in that area.
There's a condo, I think it's a co-op building immediately adjacent to the north, Nancy. It's a co-op building. It's set back significantly from Alton Road. So the sign that's on the north side is very close to Alton Road. Because it's a backlighting, it is unlikely to have any impact on that adjacent building. And then the buildings further north, I don't see any concern. Now, I would be concerned if it was front lit or if it was a neon type sign. That would, maybe cause me a little bit of pause. But the backlighting and where it's located, we don't have any concerns about that.
Oh, that's okay.
That's a good point. That's a good point, and it's good to check.
I hope you're right, because otherwise you know that they're going to be a lot of complaining.
I'm confident that this will not have any nuisance impact in terms of the lighting on the neighbors.
Okay, good.
Someone make a motion for approval.
I'll move it.
Okay, who wants a second?
Second.
That was Mr. Lopez with the second. Okay, I'm going to do a roll call. Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Mr. Needleman?
Yes.
Mr. Litt?
Yes.
Mr. Klein?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Ms. Liebman?
Yes.
Mr. Finglass?
Yes.
Okay, motion is approved. The application is approved. Thank you. We do need to take a brief break. I know the folks that have been joining us from the convention center, they have lunch that was delivered. So if we could take a 20-minute break. And then go back to the regular order of the agenda. That would be appreciated.
Okay, so what time are we coming?
So we will be back, say, at 12:25. I mean, excuse me, 2:25. It's a time warp in here. I don't have any windows in my room, so.
Okay, 2:25 sharp, because we got to get
Yes.
this stuff. Okay, super.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the HPB. We're going to start off with project 2660 Collins, I believe. Debbie, is that correct?
That is correct. Welcome back, everyone. Two more regular applications before we move on to the discussion items this afternoon. The first one is HPB file 20-0437. This is 2660 Collins Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the installation of a generator at the northwest corner of a municipal surface parking lot. So this is a project that is being presented by the city's capital improvements project. I've been speaking a lot today. And it is a generator that is to power the pump station. Pump station is located at 32nd Street and Indian Creek. When we met with them, we do believe that locating this rather large structure, as you can see from your plans, in the parking lot is the best possible location within the district to do this. Additionally, they're actually enhancing the parking lot because they're removing some of the spaces in the asphalt and creating a really nice dense landscape plan that will screen the equipment from view. So we're supportive of the application. It's the city's policy with these generators and some of these pump station equipments that when they are in residential districts, to provide as much landscaping as possible in order to screen these things. We do believe that that's the best screening strategy within residential districts. But it's also important to note that, sometimes it's hard to rely on landscape as 100% screening. So the applicant has also agreed to wrap the equipment in a natural landscape graphic, just in case, there's any issues with needing to replant some of the landscaping. Also for the taller buildings that surround the neighborhood, when they look down on it, they'll see green instead of some of the mechanical equipment. So we're supportive of the application. We believe this furthers the city's resiliency initiatives. I believe CIP is here. I'm not sure if it's Carla Dixon or Mina. Let me see. Mina is from CIP is here. I think the plans that you have received are pretty much self-explanatory, but she is here to say a few words and answer any questions you may have.
Hi, Mina. Before you present, I'd just like to swear you in. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Again, my name is Mina Samadi, and I'm with the City of Miami Beach Office of Capital Improvement Project. I'm the Senior Capital Project Coordinator. And with me are our engineer of record, Maher Malaki with Rivik Engineering, and Scott Pibler from Craven Thompson that designed the landscaping around the pump station. Again, we do have, I don't know how to access the presentation, so we did supply some, here it is. Okay, thank you. As Debbie mentioned, for the Indian Creek Flooding Mitigation Project, we have designed pump station, and the pump station is located on 32nd and Indian Creek and 32nd Street toward the water. In order to provide auxiliary energy or power source to the pump station in case of a FPNL or electrical power failure, we are installing a generator at the corner at the parking lot, city parking lot at the corner of 27th Street and Indian Creek. And can I have the next slide, please? Yes, thank you. As you can see, this slide shows the generator at the north corner, the pump station on the north corner of 32nd Street. Next slide, please. There is a power source that follows in the red line and goes to the control panel. Next slide, please. Actually, that continues all the way to the generator location at the northwest corner of the parking lot on 27th Street and Indian Creek at the corner of the parking lot there. Next slide, please. And as you see, the dark square is the generator, and the black line that leads to it is the cables that are required to connect the generator to the pump station control panel. Next slide, please. This is pretty much shows the slab, the concrete slab that the generator in the lighter gray that sits on top of. Next slide, please. I forgot to mention in the previous slide that we meet all the setback requirements from all the streets, and we are removing excess asphalt and providing landscaping around the generator. Next slide, please. The access, again, is from the parking lot, and this shows the elevations associated with the generator. It is located on a concrete platform with the fuel tank, and the generator sits on top of that. The concrete platform has a rating for safety of the maintenance people around it. Next slide, please. Again, another view of the generator and the structure itself. Next slide, please. This is the generator. Next slide, please. Okay, this is another view showing the stairs coming up and where it's located. Actually, this is the control panel that is, I'm sorry, this is the control panel that is sitting next to the pump station that is connected to the generator. I'm sorry, thank you. Next slide, please. This is the platform for the control panel. This is just the drawings that were a part of the building permit that we have applied for. It has nothing to do with the generator. Next slide, please. The same thing. It is not related to the generator. I think we have the landscaping plan that wasn't provided. I don't know how to share those. Is it possible?
Mina, this is Mihir. It's actually the following slide.
Is it? Next slide, please.
Keep on going. So this is not the final presentation.
Right. The landscaping slides, unfortunately, were sent a little bit late. I'm not sure if we can share our screen and show that design or how that would work. But we have it was on the plans that were submitted. We have a lush landscaping that is included with the design of the generator to conceal the generator, as Debbie mentioned, in order to further conceal the generator and make it totally invisible in a way. We are wrapping with the natural landscaping concept, the generator, and that is our presentation. And if you have any questions, we're here to answer.
Thank you very much. Debbie, I'm going to public.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this time, I do not see any members of the public wishing to speak.
Okay, then we'll close public comment and move on to board discussion. Who would like to be first? Barry?
So if I understand this correctly, it's pretty tall. It's probably about 12 feet tall from grade, 12, 13 feet high off of grade. I did not understand, unless it's just planting, that I think, Debbie, in the intro, you said that there was some screen around it. I didn't understand
landscape
that.
Screening.
It's just landscape.
Correct. And then the wrap of the equipment itself with a landscape graphic.
Yeah, what do you mean by that's landscape graphic? Is that on the Kohler generator itself?
Correct. So on the generator equipment itself, we can wrap the equipment with any sort of graphic. Similar, you see it on buses and cars, how they wrap, metal equipment. And so we actually, Jake Seiberling and I actually walked over to the botanical garden and took a series of photographs that potentially could be used to wrap, so that it would be something that's native and indicative of South Florida and Miami Beach specifically. We thought if we could, come up with a standard that at least if there is ever a hole in that landscape, it wouldn't seem like a sore thumb piece of mechanical equipment. You're correct. It is rather large. Part of that is due to the equipment itself. Part of it's due to the elevation that it is required to be at in terms of the flood elevation. So, we understand that. We think with the landscape plan that's proposed, it should be reasonably durable and a mixture of heights. That along with the wrap, we think will screen it sufficiently.
I think the wrap sounds interesting. I didn't understand it, but it sounds interesting. I mean, I understand it now. But at 13.5 feet from grade, how much of this do we really expect it to be screened? It's massive. I saw they're putting silver buttonwood around it. I think some pigeon plums.
Yeah, I believe their landscape architect, Mina, is your
Yes,
architect is also on the call. That maybe he can walk through the landscape plan a little bit for the board members so they can understand how it's going to visually screen.
Okay, I'd just like to swear in the landscape architect. So do you swear under oath that any and all testimony you will give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Afternoon, everybody. This is Scott Peeler from Craven Thompson. Yes, so we have a kind of a mixture of different layers to kind of help screen the generators. So yeah, we are providing some pigeon plum trees. They're spec'd right now at 14 feet going in, and that would provide some canopy cover from the 14 level down to 7 feet from grade. And then we have a row of clusia hedge that's going in at 6 feet that provides that kind of understory screening. And then we layer that down from there to the sidewalk to kind of give a tiered effect. So we kind of have different levels of screening to kind of hide this generator.
All right, so it's pretty thick.
Yeah, we beefed it up as much as we could, and allow for growth and still screen at the same time.
And I don't want to beat this too much, but then in my review, I did not notice the control panel. Is that where the pump is? Is that 3 blocks up the street?
Yes.
Okay, cool. And we're not considering that in this application.
No, that is not within this area.
Okay, I'm sorry, I have no other questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Barry. Kirk?
I just have a couple of comments. And this I'm just going to say for the record. I mean, this is huge. And I understand that it's necessary. I understand that neighborhoods that have issues with flooding, that the pumps are a lifesaver, and the generators, when push comes to shove and a hurricane's coming or whatever, I mean, I understand that they're a part of the modern world for us on Miami Beach. I just wanted to make a couple of points. One, in terms of, I mean, these generators, this isn't the first one. It's not going to be the last. I just want to throw it out there with certain things, and I mention these often, like, we have the cell towers going up everywhere. Again, I want to make the point, which I've made a couple of times before. For instance, the manhole covers in Miami Beach, bus stops. I just want to throw it out there. Maybe in the future, there's a way of considering designing generator containers that are actually attractive and maybe reflective of, either our Art Deco architecture, MIMO architecture, or somehow become something that we're not trying desperately to conceal. And who knows in the future, how well the plants are going to hold up, when the wrap starts getting rickety and sunburnt, what that's going to look like. Wouldn't it be great? And maybe, I think for the manhole covers, wasn't that like a partnership with Art in Public Places? I'm not sure. I think maybe it was, and maybe in the future, that's something that we should consider throwing out there to see if we could design a way where these generator containers actually could become attractive and a part of the language of Miami Beach, because that generator itself couldn't be more hideous. I get it. And I don't argue.
Can I just butt in there for a minute that in, my notes here, I wrote, maybe an architectural solution rather than a planting, but at the Publix on Purdy, didn't they just put up some precast, like embossed panels around the generator or control panel, whatever that is? It was an architectural solution to that monstrosity.
Correct. And when there is no room for landscape, generally that, landscape has been the first preference, especially in residential areas. When you're in a commercial district and there's no room for landscaping, that's when the city has been installing these architectural solutions. This has been discussed, and Mina maybe can expand upon this more. This has been discussed at commission level in committees. It's something that particularly in residential areas, people are concerned about, the visual impact of these because they're so large. And the general consensus among neighborhoods has been they prefer to have lush landscaping in lieu of a concrete solution. But you're right, they have a beautiful architectural solution as well. And that the city has been using. I'm not sure if that's the only one when they're in commercial districts or there's no room for landscaping.
I think they should be looking at a dual approach of enhancing an architectural solution with some nice landscape that they don't have to worry so much about maintaining, because we know what will happen.
And Mike, go ahead, Barry. I'm good. Thank you. Okay. I agree with Barry. I think if we had something that we weren't dying to hide, a design that we could actually celebrate, nicely landscaped as well, I think that's a great suggestion. My only other comment, I'm supportive of this. I understand the need. I gather we're doing the best we can to conceal it. There's a lot of plants here, though. Anyone would expect this from me as well that are not native. And I wonder why. I wonder why we're going with ficus, for instance, versus a cocoa plum when they're native options. It's my job to say that. It's where I come from. So I'm an advocate for the natives. And I know that you have used some natives, the pigeon plums and the silver buttonwood. I'm just wondering why we're using so many non-natives when there might have been native solutions that could have been used instead of non-natives. Other than that, I'm supportive and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk. In order to save time, does anyone else have a comment so I don't have to go through one by one?
Just a quick comment. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Real quick. Just a question. I understand this is about 4-5 blocks away from the pump station. I understand why there was some neighborhood opposition. My only question is, by it being placed so far away, does it necessitate a larger generator because the run is longer to the pump station?
The generator size has not changed, but the cabling has changed. So the size of the cables have enlarged, not the generator itself.
Okay, no, I just bring that up because, sometimes when you do a longer run, you may need a larger generator, but if it's not, then okay, we're good.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Anyone else?
I have a couple thoughts, Jack. I have to say that
no,
this is Rick.
Rick, sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. The fact that there's a parking lot right on the waterfront is already very strange. But to locate this generator on the corner, giving it's like the best location on that property and giving it up to the generator, I think is even stranger. I see that, it's a large piece of equipment and that it requires a walkway around it. And so my question is, has there been any other site on this property considered, perhaps on the mid-block, or does the size of the unit and its clearances require it to be on a corner?
The location, actually, the original location that was selected for this generator was on the west side of Indian Creek on the water. The neighborhood MBNA we met and identified with the engineer of record the best location for it, which is far enough but still accessible, is the northwest corner of the parking lot. The farther it goes, the more issues it will have. So at the moment that location that was selected by everyone, the neighborhood, the MBNA, and the commission, that seems to be the best location for it. It is going to be, again, it's going to be landscape. It's going to be maintained, and it's going to have a wrap. And I'm told that the wrap, if something happens to it, it's easily removed and replaceable. And it's the best and the most costly solution for this type of structures that come pre-assembled in a way. It is not something that we design. It is something that we purchase it from this supplier.
Can you tell me, I see it's set back from the sidewalk. Is there anything preventing it from being closer to the sidewalk?
It is next to the sidewalk, just to the east of the sidewalk, and south of the sidewalk that is on 27th Street, and east of the sidewalk that is on Indian Creek. And it's being separated by a landscaping area from parking spaces and the pedestrian.
So I understand the need for this. And I understand that there's been, a team of people making decisions that have led to its placement here. But I cannot support this because I'm not worried about the landscape or the graphics, like all that stuff, is all temporary. I'm more concerned about the long-term potential of this property. While it's a parking lot now, one day this could be a building site. And so to sacrifice a piece of the frontage on the water for a generator just doesn't seem like the right thing to do. I would really encourage the city to consider shifting this halfway down the block and putting it in the middle of the block, just in case, one day, we don't know. This is a surface lot, right? I mean, one day this could be a building lot, a building site. And so for that reason, I'm going to oppose this. I would also, suggest that since this design calls for sacrificing six parking spaces, that you take the same flexibility in considering another location in the parking lot and, removing, 6 parking spaces if you have to. And at the same time, I would say that what the city could be doing in considering this improvement to the parking lot is also consider planting some shade trees here and reducing the heat island effect by all this asphalt in an open space right in the middle of this neighborhood.
If I may respond, the relocation of the generator to the middle or somewhere away from the intersection would require more parking spaces that is desperately needed within this neighborhood. Also, that the location being in the corner in a corner of the parking lot, and if it is going to be in the future, this parking lot was going to be developed to something, it would be best for this generator or this structure to be located at the corner that can be separated and concealed from everything else that is going to possibly happen on the lot as a result of the future development. But I understand your concerns. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your response. And I understand that it might not be easy or clear, but what is clear to me is that frontage on the water is precious, and our machines don't belong there. And actually, parking lots don't belong there either. But just thinking about this, 20, 30, 40 years down the line, we shouldn't have this piece of infrastructure occupying a piece of waterfront property.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have a comment?
I jump in.
Oh, yeah, Max?
Yeah, I was, Rick, I like what you were saying about, if there's an opportunity here, because we're dealing, even if it's just for now, a surface parking lot, and, we can't do anything about the location. If we can suggest other sorts of improvements, like would the city be able to add shade trees to that, the center area to provide a bit more coverage as part of this project?
I can run this by my directors and see if that is a possibility. The landscaping is being installed via another project, actually, which is following the Indian Creek construction project. So we can discuss that, and that's being installed by the Green Space Management Division. So we can discuss that and see how we can, with the parking department, and see how we can enhance the landscaping on this parking lot.
Okay, thank you.
I think that would be a helpful resilience component to it as well.
Nancy? Nancy? Nancy, you're muted.
Yeah. Good?
Yes.
Good. This is like a deja vu. Every time I turn around, some part of the city is trying to put in these generators. The people who live up on a bit north had a 2-year fight. I think it was a 2-year fight because they were putting a generator at the end of Lincoln Road, the very end of Lincoln Road. And the residents had to fight back to put a stop to it. And they finally found another place a little around the corner. It wasn't in the face of people who live there. The people, picture a generator like that sitting down the middle of your street. Before that, there was another one that went on over by Publix on 21st Street. They, without anybody even being asked whether it should be there, all of a sudden there was a big generator. It's smack in the middle of the street, and it's across from homes. I don't know how it got. I was told that it went there without even asking. I applaud the person who's here now. At least they're here telling you about these things before they happen. It doesn't sound to me like the place that was found in the middle of a parking lot and near the waterfront, because that waterfront is going to change as time goes on. It's going to be beautified, and they certainly don't need a big generator planted in the middle. I know the generators are important for the resiliency and other things, but somehow the staff that's doing this just finds an easy way to put it rather than look at where they are and what they're disrupting in the city. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Nancy. Scott, do you want to say anything, or you spoke?
No, I was okay with it. I just spoke on the issue of the size of the generator.
Okay, I'm last. I must say, putting it on the corner, on a corner at the water with with a parking lot that certainly at one point will be developed is, to me, ludicrous. I certainly think it's very important to have a generator, but there are many other places not as visible, not as obtrusive. It could be put on that lot on either end or somewhere away from that corner, which is a prime spot. I mean, it seems like no thought was put into this at all, really. But I agree with Rick 100%. So we've all spoken. Would someone like to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, what I would ask is if you want the city to explore possible other locations within the parking lot, that you continue the item. Most of you, I think, are very familiar with the area. And you know, in our opinion, and in other contentious issues with generators, as Ms. Liebman had pointed out previously, there's been a lot of controversy. Those have been resolved by placing them in parking lots. So the parking lot in general, and that's a very large lot, in my opinion, for this particular area, if you look at the built context, is clearly the best option. I mean, we wouldn't want this in front of a contributing building. We wouldn't want this on the Indian Creek side of Indian Creek, because that's supposed to be, you know, we're developing that for recreation and a greenway. So I think if you want to give us some more time, we can sit down with CIP and Public Works and see if we can shift the location somewhere within that site.
I think that's the consensus.
And potentially what Max had recommended, maybe also proposing some enhancements, additional enhancements to that parking lot may go a long way.
Good idea.
Okay. So I would, Mina, what is your timeline? Would you be okay with a continuance to the February 9th meeting?
Sure. If we can do it sooner, it would be great, because we are going through the building permit process, and we would want your blessing from the Historic Preservation Board prior to finalizing our permitting.
Okay, so what I would recommend is I would be okay with the board continuing this to the January 12th meeting. And if we don't have enough time to come up with some possible solutions to bring back on January 12th, we will be before you to request another extension. But let's try for the January 12th meeting, if that's okay.
Okay, so you're going to work on that. We don't need to make a motion.
You do. You will need to actually formally make a motion and approve the continuance.
Who would like to make a motion?
I'll move to continue.
Okay, Mr. Lopez, do we have a second?
Second it, but I'm sorry, but can we be descriptive in that motion?
Absolutely, and I would, yes.
Moving this more towards, maybe more towards the center of the parking lot with ample physical and built and landscaped screening, and improved canopy for the parking lot as a whole. Would you accept something like that?
Barry, when you say built, what does that mean?
Some sort of metal, concrete, some sort of screening. I would hope for some sort of screening. I'm just saying, I mean, I can make, I'm not saying do something, but I'm saying to think about those things, to be incorporated in with the landscape screening. We do it for other mechanical equipment. Put screens around other mechanical equipment.
Debbie?
I'm happy to explore all of those options with CIP and any other applicable city department, and we can report back to you on, what our recommendations are in January.
Okay, super. Okay, we have a motion
That was a motion by
Rick.
Rick, correct? And a second by Barry. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that's unanimous. Any opposed? No. Okay, Mina, your application has been continued to the January 12th meeting. We'll keep in touch.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Okay, next.
Hey, the final regular application on the agenda this afternoon is HPB file 20-0438. This is 915 Washington Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the introduction of a canopy structure located at the second level roof deck. I think most of you have seen this. This is the Moxie Hotel, which was approved. It was project approved by the board. Let's see, in 2016, in 2017, it received a building permit and is practically complete with construction. So they are very close to completion at this point. The current proposal is to install an approximately 25-foot by 14-foot tall canopy structure at the second level. This is within the rooftop dining terrace. The trellis is proposed to be planted with bougainvillea and skyvine, as shown in the renderings. Staff believes that this structure, although will be visible, shouldn't have any significant adverse impacts on the historic buildings or the historic district. We do have some minor concerns with regard to the structure and are asking for it to be simplified. With, to remove some of the decoration in order to be more consistent with the contributing buildings. So the removal of some of that wrought iron detailing, just to simplify it, we think will make an improvement. And with that, we do recommend approval.
What about the paint color, Debbie?
Okay, well, the paint color is not part of this application, but I believe the applicant is here because there have been some complaints that I have received regarding the underside of the canopy and the colors that was painted. So I don't have any information on that other than I have been out to the site and I've seen the paint colors. I've also spoken with the applicant about the paint colors. That's not before you today, but I'm sure the applicant can answer any questions you may have regarding that, and there may be members of the public who also want to address that issue.
Okay, thank you. So we should open this to the public.
First, I would like the applicant to give their brief presentation.
Sure.
I think Graham Penn is here representing the applicant.
Graham, is there anyone? Yeah, we can hear you. Is there anyone I should swear in from your team?
Yeah, it's me and Sean Saladino, who already spoke up a little bit.
Okay, so do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 10 minutes.
Again, I'll be brief in my portion of this. I'll turn it over to Sean as soon as I can. Graham Penn, Burkow, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, Tapinas, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. As Debbie noted, we're here today for a minor new element for the nearly complete Moxie Hotel development at 950 Washington. The Moxie is the second major redevelopment under the city's Washington Avenue overlay incentives. I'm joined today by Sean Saladino, our architect. His firm, world-class, focuses on creating food and beverage concepts, and he's worked all over the United States. Also with us in virtual land is Greg Iannacone, representing Lightstone, who's the property owner. So again, as Debbie indicated, back in 2016, 2017, this board approved the design of this new mixed-use redevelopment for this property. The main use being a hotel with both indoor and outdoor dining, including the creation of a new courtyard off of Washington Avenue. The design also includes no new storefront space. All in all, for those of you who remember either that application or what Washington Avenue looked like in this block, this development has replaced a fairly sad strip of lower end businesses with what we hope will be a vibrant mixed use development that's, again, almost ready to open. The second floor amenity deck for the hotel included an outdoor cafe on the north side and a large pool deck on the south side. As the programming of the second floor was completed, it became clear that we needed additional sun protection for the diners that are going to be in the cafe element. So that's what this application is about. It's for a attractive open trellis structure on a portion of the cafe seating area. Now I'm going to turn it over to Sean to take you through the slides. What we understand, and we've read obviously the staff recommendation, but as Sean will explain, we're going to ask to retain the proposed design because in our opinion, it has a huge functional benefit in allowing the landscaping ultimately to be the star of the show for this trellis rather than the actual structure itself. So with that, Sean, take it over. Oh, I apologize. I will also, when Sean's done, I'll also address the canopy paint issue at the end of our presentation. Given that it's not directly in front of us, it is our opinion that we are honoring both the design approved by this board and the agreement, the verbal agreement that's not part of this order regarding the colors. And I'll explain that when we get there. So Sean, if you could, and if we could get our slides up, there we go.
Thank you guys. Thank you, Graham. If you could, please go to the second slide that shows the rendering. So the Moxie Hotel is a very well-known brand, and they're very much in tune with the hospitality world. Obviously, having high-end F&B concepts attached to their properties also elevates their property and the type of clientele that they love to attract. So they've done a lot of due diligence. They've come to Miami. They've found some key operators. This particular venue is called Serena. It is going to be operated by a very well-known hospitality brand here in Miami. And their idea for this is to create an elevated experience on the second floor rooftop second floor terrace. So what we did when we came into this property or this particular space, we had about 6,000 square feet to deal with. And only a small portion of this was an interior bar setting. And as you guys all know, during the summer months and during the hotter months, the sun in Miami is pretty much unforgiving. So what they wanted to create, and our concept for this was to create this kind of elevated Mexico City rooftop terrace that provided, great amenity to the property, but also would attract, attract a higher end clientele. Their intention is not to do these kind of nightclub experiences. This is really more for, sunset, cocktails, early brunches on the weekends, and to really have a place which I kind of align to is something, south of what Soho House is, so you don't have to drive all the way up to 41st Street. So the operators kind of, when they came in and looked at this space, their biggest problem was, look, during the afternoon hours, how do we provide sun protection? And our idea, keeping in line with what, we wanted to do and stay in line with the design is to create something that stayed as authentic as possible. Our design intent and our design aesthetic is whatever we do, it must feel authentic. Obviously, I'm a South Beach guy. I grew up in Miami Beach, and I've been here since the early 90s. So my love for Miami Beach, is very deep-seated. And, I would never propose anything or want to propose anything that would compromise the overall integrity of the Deco district and the historic district. I agree wholeheartedly with what you guys stand for. So, obviously doing something that kept in line with what the overall design intent was, but didn't hinder the district and stand out like a sore thumb, we came up with this wrought iron structure. Now, it's wrought iron only in concept. There is a powder coat element that's added to this, so there will not be aging or distressing of the structure over time. It's basically going to be frozen in time as it looks. here in the rendering, so it won't start to deteriorate or age over time. And obviously having this metal structure, which I will admit is different than, some other stuff, but it does complement that. We wanted to bring in a heavy, heavy landscape element to this. So we brought a lot of the native species, working with the landscape architect who's been fantastic on this, and, adding an element that would complement this, but also to start to really envelop the structure and, hide as much of it as possible. We worked in bringing in, bougainvillea and skyvine. Now, the comment that was earlier made, which was, reducing some of the decorative structures that attach to the vertical columns, our idea for that is that these structure or these decorative members are going to be integral in allowing the bougainvillea and the skyvine to really kind of grow and flourish up into the top of the canopy. Very similar to what Frank Gehry did up right off Lincoln Road and Washington Avenue. Washington Avenue. That's the intent behind it, is to allow that to attach. So eventually, as this matures, you won't see that structure in any way, shape, or form. Obviously these operators will manicure and maintain, but it will envelop that structure and it will disappear. Very similar to what we have here on the presentation. So, again, we didn't want to bring in a typical canvas type structure. We didn't want to do something that was a little bit more blocky and architectural.
You have 2 minutes remaining.
Okay, and I'll be quick. And architecturally not pleasing, but also to keeping in design with that Mexico City tropical, very, very indigenous to the concept of what it is, but also complementing South Beach with the very vibrant colors. All of the fabrics, all of the materials are very well thought out. And I have to say, these guys have spared no expense on the actual finishes of this structure. They've put their kind of their money behind their mouth on this one and are really creating an elevated experience. And that's really all I wanted to convey, is that, obviously we are here to, keep South Beach and Miami Beach as beautiful, as vibrant as possible. And, adding this structure provides a sun protection and will create longevity for the operation and the establishment.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that informative description.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, but I think it would probably behoove us if you give me a minute or so to show you the canopy issue.
Sure. Please.
If we could go to the second to last slide, there's the two slides at the end that deal with the canopy. So, as I noted at the outset, and Debbie and I have discussed, there's not any more after that? There we go. Okay, sorry. So this is the rendering from the original set. Hopefully it will pop in and look better than that. But that was the rendering that was in the HPB approval. Now, it is my understanding, and I have no independent recollection of this, that there was discussions with MDPL, and Daniel has reminded me of this multiple times, that the colors of that canopy on the top, the underside painting, should include Horowitz type colors from the Horowitz palette. And that is the point of confusion, because again, I believe, and I've looked at, and if you can go to the next slide, we can show you some of the photographs I took of the actual installation. So this is the canopy as it's been painted now, the last couple of weeks.
And your last 2 minutes are up. Do you need another minute or two to finish this?
Yeah, I'll just finish it up again.
Okay.
The short version of this is that we have a disagreement, Daniel and I, as to whether or not this color scheme does incorporate Horowitz type colors. In our opinion, it does, and in his, it does not. So again, as Debbie indicated, this is not part of your order. It was a voluntary proffer made at the time of the hearing. And we believe we have honored that in this design. So that's the canopy controversy. But as to the actual application in front of you, We would ask for your approval today with the deletion of the staff's condition related to change of the design based on what Sean explained. So that's it. We're here for any questions you may have, and I'd like to reserve time for rebuttal.
Thank you. Debbie?
Mr. Chair, we do have Daniel Seraldo from the public who wishes to speak.
Certainly. Hi, Daniel.
And before we hear from Daniel, do any board members have any disclosures to make on this application?
Yes. I did visit the site with the applicant, and I can remain impartial.
Thank you, Scott. Anyone else? Okay, Daniel, you remain under oath. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Daniel Seraldo.
Hello, hello.
Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Anybody? Okay.
We can hear you, Nancy.
I had my hand up because, yes, I had the pleasure of visiting this. And I'm anxious to see what other people have to say about it because I have my own opinion. Yep.
Okay.
Daniel?
Okay. Is there anyone else? Daniel, you have 2 minutes.
I'm in the clear? Okay, thank you. Daniel Seraldo on behalf of Miami Design Preservation League. First of all, thank you to the applicants. We actually also visited the MDPL Advocacy Committee, had a tour of the site. It's a beautiful site. Many of you know MDPL was involved in the Washington Avenue Master Plan process. We fought long and hard, and we're happy now. We have new owners like the Lightstone Group that are really investing in the properties along the street, and so that's all good news. First of all, we do support the staff's comments about the size of the canopy, and we defer to them on that. As far as paint color, just as a reminder for those who weren't on the board, that this project, when it first came up, was relatively controversial. The size, the height of the building, and also the fact that here was a almost full city block that had been painted by Leonard Horowitz, and the Moxie group wanted to paint the whole first story all white with a little bit of trim. So in discussions with us and with the board, the architect at the time, proffered that they would, whitewash the Horowitz on the ground level, but they would have his color palette in a mosaic on the roof level. And we were all very excited because with our tour guides and other visitors, we love the idea that, okay, we can't point to the ground level anymore, but we can point to the canopy. And if I could have maybe like 1 extra minute just to finish this.
Go on.
Thank you. So, we went and, we had the meeting and we went up to the roof, and there were some painters there, the artists there, and I kind of mentioned, we were hoping this would be the Leonard Horowitz pastel colors. And the artist kind of said to me, oh, well, I like these colors better, which we get it. I don't know who the artist is, but they kind of, didn't quite want, I guess, the Horowitz palette. But if anybody could just Google Leonard Horowitz color palette, you'll see how the intensity and the shade of the colors is not in keeping with that palette. So I don't really understand why this has become a big deal. I've kind of gone back and forth with the applicants. It seems like, it's about a $200 million project. All we're asking for the paint is just maybe update a few of the shades to match it. And we would just hope we would have that deference of what was agreed on. We don't have lawyers or anything here. This is just sort of said at the HP board, and now we all want to celebrate this. And I don't quite get, other than I get it's a burrito place that's coming in and they have their own branding, but can we just have that one nod to the pastel color palette? I think it would be a great thing. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Dan. Anyone else, Debbie?
No.
Okay.
If I could do my rebuttal briefly, Mr. Chairman. Sure. Okay, so a couple of things. The frieze, if anyone's been to the building, that has actually painted. It is not white. So we have reintroduced color on the ground level. It is not a blank whitewash design. I know that had been discussed as part of the entitlement process, but working with staff, we have now introduced color. You'll see it if you go to the property. And again, as to the ultimate question of the colors, it's just our opinion that this does meet the informal agreement that we had about incorporating the Horowitz palette. Again, it wasn't part of this board's order. But again, you look at that palette, and I'm not an architect, I'm not an expert, but I see the Horowitz palette when I look at a lot of those colors. So with that, we would ask for your approval with the deletion of staff's condition related to the wrought iron, and we look forward to your comments.
Thank you very much. So now we should close public comment, I believe, and move on to board discussion. Nancy, you're part of the board, not the public. Okay.
No, I'm waiting for you to
first,
call.
Nancy?
I would like to.
Okay.
I would like to.
Okay.
I don't understand the adding the palette that is from years and years ago, just because what's his name? He painted it way back. That's nice. And if I want to pay tribute to Leonard, which I think might be appropriate, maybe one section, one room, maybe the entry or something. But to start painting a whole Leonard Horowitz palette, I don't think that is even fair to the people who have done this project. I was there. I was so impressed. It was the first time I had seen anything as wonderful down in that neighborhood. It's too bad they have a few leftover stores, one on each end and a drugstore on the other end. It's a shame that they couldn't have gotten the whole place. But aside from that, I think what they have done, and there are two others that have done the same, and they're all coming online about now. The Moxie being one, terrific. There's one on 9th Street. I'm not quite sure of the name of it. There is another elegant building that was done. I believe it too is a hotel. And the third one is the 800 block on the 800 block of Lincoln Road on the roof. These are three very new, elegant places that are coming to pass. They're all raised rooftops, and they are bringing back the feeling that South Beach is going to begin to shine again. So I had to describe them all because I was very impressed with each of them. The 800 roof was just approved and open. 9th Street, I believe, is open. It's gorgeous. And of course, the Moxie is great. And that color palette, that bright color palette, it just gives you a feeling of renewal of the place, that it's coming back. So that's it.
Thank you very much, Nancy. I might say at this, I might jump in at this point and say that I find your comment about the color palette quite baffling, actually, because if people agree to do color palettes and it is the language that's been decided for an area to use the Horowitz color palette, to change that just because a burrito establishment is coming in and it looks more festive. I'm talking, Nancy.
I will respond.
No, I'm not finished.
Keep going. I will respond.
That's fine. To make it more colorful, just to make it more colorful makes no sense to me when we require everyone else in the districts to use the Horowitz color palette. That's unfair and I think inappropriate. So that's my comment. Would you like to respond to that, Nancy?
Yes. Since when has that been the law of the land, that they have to use somebody's palette, whether it be the one we're talking
Nancy,
about.
I can respond to that. It's not right, so it's not required. What we require is that field colors of buildings, which is the main body of the building, shall be, a relatively neutral light color. Trim colors, however, we can approve, and it's the policy of the city to approve darker, bolder colors for trim accents. So that's the current design guideline in terms of paint, but we don't specify a specific color or a specific historical palette of colors.
And these colors are, from what I remember, ceiling colors and bright colors that go along with what the canopy looks like. So
the canopy, when I looked at the canopy, it does include some Horowitz-inspired colors. It clearly does. Is the whole thing, do you look at it and you see Leonard Horowitz? No, because it's a modern mural. It's not an Art Deco building.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of hard to translate the two. I look at some of the Horowitz color schemes, and he did use as trim colors, darker colors. If you look at the Park Central, you have some more intensity in some of their blues with the colors. So I think it's hard to evaluate this after the fact. The board, as Graham stated, the board did not include any specific condition in the order regarding the colors of the canopy. I will point out, however, the board, because I had inspectors go out there as well and take a look and bring some images back of the buildings, which look great. There was a condition in the order with regard to the paint colors of the historic buildings. And I think, it's not relevant to this particular application, but I'm going to need to reach out to the applicant, because each of the contributing buildings that were proposed to be retained were required to be they could be the same field color as the other contributing buildings. However, each had to have a unique trim color. And currently, I believe only one of the buildings incorporates a trim color. So that's something that appears to be, again, I just saw this yesterday, appears to be unresolved in terms of the HPP order. And that's something that staff will work with the applicant to correct prior to issuing the CO for the project.
Okay, thank you, Debbie. Comments, Kirk?
Yeah. First of all, I remember this project. I'm excited to see it moving forward. I think there were some bold things that were proposed for this project that the board approved for in embracing the new vision for Washington Avenue. I'm so happy that Debbie, you pointed out. I distinctly remember, at least myself as a board member, I spent a great amount of time and consideration going over this application. And I very specifically do not remember our approving whitewashing the ground level facades. And I want to make sure that's clear, because I do think that that's very important. With regard to the terrace, and there's a lot we're not seeing. I appreciate that Graham referenced or Mr. Penn referenced the color of the frieze. You did as well, Debbie. We're not actually seeing it, and I don't drive by this building every day, but I'm relying on the order as we approved it being met. That said, the upper levels of this building, the new construction, I don't really see as being Art Deco. I never did. I think that it's compatible with the Art Deco storefronts, and it was designed to be, and we embraced it as such. In terms of the canopy, 2 points, which are, obviously I want to touch on the canopy paint colors. It's a Mexican restaurant. When I see those colors, I think of like a Luis Barragan, right? It's Mexico City style. I do. I think, that's more of a bold style, and it's a Mexican restaurant. And I think Miami Beach also has a tradition of, with the Eden Rock and the Fontainebleau and the French influences. And I don't think that we need to be that strict in our interpretation of what can be done. And I feel that way about the canopy. I'm not really struggling with that. I think that it, and from my perspective, it makes sense. It's celebrating, you know, what the new components of this building are. I'm not having a problem with it. And I want to go back to Debbie regarding the intricacies in the trellis, right? Again, I'm seeing that in the same sort of interpretation. I appreciate Mr. Saladino referring to the you know, the bougainvillea support structures on Washington Avenue and 17th Street. Those are more of a modern design. They don't really have the detail that's proposed on this. But again, in the context, feeling like I'm open to it. And I wondered if Debbie could maybe respond, because I respect your recommendations, and maybe we could talk this through a little further, whether
I mean, because it's going to be visible, so you're going to have certain vantage points from Washington where you see both the Art Deco buildings and the structure, which is going to be beautiful once the landscape really grows into it. However, the wrought iron scroll work, we believed was too contrasting and too decorative, that would potentially take away from the Art Deco buildings. Because remember, this is located on that second level roof terrace right above the where the contributing facades are. So we're not asked, we like the idea and we like the concept of the trellises that are in Soundscape Park. We're not asking to remove the structure that would allow the vines to grow through, just to simplify the design in terms of potentially removing some of the scroll details. Again, because you will see both the facades of the historic buildings and the structure simultaneously from certain vantage points. And it's a minor concern. I will defer to the board and your judgment on that. It was just a very minor concern that we had.
Well, maybe just to tone it down a little bit, and that's something that staff could work on.
Absolutely, and we have that so that it would just be simplified.
Okay.
Simplified to a certain extent.
Sean, I will definitely be open to work with you guys on that and simplify that. That's not a problem. I mean, again, it was just to maintain the design intent, but we will simplify that. That is not an issue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Max?
Thanks. Just briefly, I appreciate using landscape elements for shading. I think that's a good solution. I don't have a lot of I don't have a strong view one way or the other on that trellis design. In noting that the intent is really that it's going to be obscured, but when the planting comes in anyway, I'm good to go with the will of the board and what staff decides is best. So I'm supportive.
Okay, thank you, Barry.
I'm in agreement with staff that I think these metal, aluminum, steel, trellis systems are a bit ornate for the location, and I think the architect's reference to the similarity to the Gehry steel structures is a bit far-fetched. Those are very, very. You couldn't get much simpler. In a design. Granted, they're both metal and they both have bougainvillea, but that's about the closest. And I think, never mind. The other issue of the canopy, I wasn't here for when this building was approved, and so I don't know what I can understand, sometimes maybe something gets missed and doesn't get into the order, but there's an intent to a decision and an order that's made. And so I'm having a hard time speaking to that. I don't, if the intent was that what you do up there is to
mimic that palette, the Horowitz palette. I don't think they met that, or met it very well. So but I don't know I don't know where to swing on that. But as far as the trellis, I think that I would go along with staff recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Barry. Rick?
Yes, I'm happy to see this moving along, and I don't have any issues with it.
Okay, thank you. Scott?
Yeah, I didn't have any issues with the trellis initially, but I mean, maybe those columns are a little ornate, but they said they could work with staff on trying to tone it down a little bit, so I let them do that. As far as the color on the canopy, I know when I visited the site, I mean, the applicant touched on the issue with that, but I didn't realize it was such an issue till now. I tend to think that the ground floor on the facade along Washington Avenue should really have those colors on them. I don't remember when I passed by if I know the applicant stated he did add some color. I don't remember seeing it, but there's a lot of opportunity there to include those colors on those facades, and that's where I'd like to see it. I mean, I think if the applicant goes along with that and really works with staff and uses the Horowitz palette on the facade there, I mean, I'm okay with the rooftop canopy staying the way it is. So I don't know how that works because I know the color issue is not technically in front of us now, but I would like to see that ground level facade really light up with colors.
Thank you, Scott. And my last comment is I agree with Scott as far as the facade of the historic buildings are concerned. But that's my major concern. I just brought the other one up because I thought it is important in and of itself, but since it's a new structure and since I think it probably goes along with the purpose better, I would stick with the historic structure as far as the color request is concerned and hope the city can work with the owner and MDPL to resolve this point. Thank you.
Just to clarify, so there's a condition in the previously issued order by this board regarding the painting of the contributing buildings. So there's 3 of them that allows them to be painted the same field color, which they are, but also requires a unique trim color for each of the buildings. From what I saw, and again, I just looked at these, at some photographs yesterday that our inspectors took, only one of the buildings currently has the trim colors. So we will work with the applicant to get the other 2 buildings to have the trim color, a separate unique trim color in order to satisfy the order. So currently, it's my opinion that they're not complying with the order. So they're requesting a CO, and we need to work with them before we issue that CO to make sure they're in compliance with all the conditions in the previously issued order. So we will be doing that.
And on that front, Debbie, if I could, my client has sent me some additional photographs. I think we have now painted each of those buildings a separate color on the frieze. So I think we can certainly work with you to make sure you're satisfied with
Yeah, let's take a look because our inspectors just went out there yesterday and it didn't appear that way, but get in touch with me after the meeting and we'll make sure that you satisfy all of the conditions.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
So is this order going to be contingent on those conditions being satisfied?
No, their CO is contingent on those conditions being satisfied. So they can't get their CO until their previous conditions have been satisfied. We did an inspection yesterday.
Okay. And you can imagine we're incentivized.
So that's more of a concern than this trellis.
Yes.
So I'm sure they will work in a very expedited fashion to get that resolved, if it's not already resolved. But we will be working with them.
So we're moving this one?
It's up to you. We have the staff condition. The only condition says that the decoration shall be significantly simplified or eliminated. I don't know. There were some board members that wanted it just maybe simplified. So what if you want to modify that condition to just say that the decoration shall be simplified instead of?
I would say, I would propose it is simplified at staff's discretion.
Okay.
If everyone else is comfortable with that.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'll move it with staff's recommendation and that one adjustment.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let me do a quick roll call. Mr. Needleman.
Yes.
Mr. Lopez.
Yes.
Mr. Litt.
Yes.
Mr. Klein.
Yes.
Ms. Liebman.
Yes.
Mr. Pascal.
Yes.
And Mr. Finglass.
Yes.
Okay, the application passes. Congratulations.
Thank you, everyone. We appreciate your time.
Very quickly, because we don't have much time, we do have to evacuate the convention center at 4:00, but we do have some discussion items that I know were important to some of the board members. These were the priority items that we determined at the last meeting. The first is the possible designation of the North Beach Bandshell, and that was requested by board member Klein. Barry, would you like to introduce us? I believe Don Worth is also joined us, who may want to address the board, but Barry, you're welcome to kind of kick us off if you would like.
Okay, great. A lot of this was brought on by Don telling me I could do this right before, or I guess before my appointment, because I brought this up, I have my paper in front of me, March 10th, at my first board meeting. But I would like to designate the North Beach Bandshell for City of Miami Beach and Federal Register of Historic Places. The bandshell was built in '61. It's an excellent example of post-war architecture. And I raised these things back then, but it's based on a Roman amphitheater. It has these incredible spaceship-like entries. And the real concern that brought me on to this was that if we don't do something now, and I'm not trying to disparage or even place an opinion on the recent work that was done there, because it's done. But if we don't make a decision, that other work can be done that will be out of our purview and out of our review. And I think that's very important for us. And who's to know how well that awning lasts for 5-10 years and comes back. And if we don't do this, then anything will go to DRB or wherever, and it will just be taken with it will be reviewed with a different set of glasses. So I would hope that the board would want to move in this direction based on not only its architectural significance, but its historic significance for events as a landmark for the city of Miami Beach. And I think that's about it. I think that, I hope I'm not alone, but I feel that there's significant value in historic designation here.
That's a great idea. Thank you, Barry. Would anybody else like to comment? And we should move toward a motion, maybe?
Yeah, I think it's a great idea, too. It's a long time in coming. Am I on?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not talking to myself.
Well, maybe.
Right. That does happen.
Here too.
No, I think it's a great idea. It's a long time in coming. That place has gone from being a cute little place in the park to what it is now. And it's the highlight so far of a place of importance in North Beach.
And if I could, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
So I wholeheartedly agree with Barry and Nancy. Certainly for North Beach, this is one of the great, if not the greatest, remaining landmark since the House of Refuge no longer exists and the log cabin at the moment. I really appreciate Barry bringing it forward. I also think, culturally, the Knight Foundation has done a great job recently in reviving that structure for use, and it really has been the cultural center of North Beach. To be honest, and it's been asked of me many times, with the North Shore National Register District having been designated in, 2008, Debbie, is that correct?
2009.
Why it was not included in there. And that would be my only question. And the other comment before I get to that, I do believe with the canopy that was recently added, which I believe was designed by Norman Giller's son, correct?
It was Ira Giller, correct.
Right. So, but it's pretty well built out with that canopy. I was driving by it the other day, and there's not much more you could build. I think that the time is right. I think it's great that what's there has been preserved this long. And I think the time is right to move on it. The only other thing that I would want to add in is I'm not sure, I asked this to Debbie, does it make sense? Barry mentioned the National Register. He also mentioned local designation. I think local designation is important. I think it's probably worthy of National Register designation as well. I'm not sure if it makes sense for it to be added to the North Shore National Register designation and then designated as a local historic site. I don't know what the best option is, but I wanted to ask the question.
So that's a good point, because we are running a little short on time. I do see, I can explain both of those processes, which are somewhat complex, but I do see we have James Quinlan, who is, I believe, the executive director of the Rhythm Foundation. That's the current tenant of the bandshell, who wishes to say a few words. James, would you like to address the board?
It's probably muted.
And I think I said Knight Foundation, didn't I? I meant the Rhythm.
You did. The Rhythm Foundation. While we're getting hopefully James connected here. So yes, the National Register nomination process is very different from the local designation process. What the board could do if you wanted to support a National Register listing is you could make a recommendation to the mayor and city commission that they consider preparing, either having the city preparing one to submit to the National Register or working with a consultant to submit this for possible consideration to the National Register. So that is, as a recommending body, you're able to do that. Local designation is a completely different process. So local designation can be initiated by the Historic Preservation Board. And the first step in that process would be for the board to direct staff to prepare a preliminary evaluation. We would prepare the preliminary evaluation, evaluate the structure, come back with the recommendation at a publicly noticed hearing. So it wouldn't be something that would be done very quickly. But it would be something that we could, if we get that direction from the board, that we would start preparing. Now, after that process, as we learned earlier this morning, the city commission is notified, and the city commission can then take the question up. Since this is a city-owned facility, I do think it's important to understand the city's kind of policy about whether or not that they're comfortable with the designation of the structure. Because ultimately, it is the city commission who decides whether to locally designate or not. They either approve or deny the request. So that's an important component. And I know the Rhythm Foundation has been reaching out to the elected officials. So I think there's a couple different options of what we could do today. The National Register is just a very different process, and that direction could not be initiated by this board. It would have to be initiated by the city commission. for staff to prepare that nomination. Any private entity could also prepare the nomination on their own. At the end, in order to be listed on the National Register, you are required to have owner's consent. So that's also a difference. And
Debbie,
I believe that's all I had, but I know James, I see Daniel Seraldo. So I see both James and Daniel Seraldo who would wish to speak. We only have about 5 minutes left in today's meeting. So if we could get to public comment, I think that would be helpful.
Okay, Debbie, would you think maybe 1 minute per speaker?
Yes.
Okay.
James?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. This is James. Thank you for taking this matter up. And I do want to thank a board member of ours, Don Worth, who's one of the great preservation visionaries in our community, for helping guide us, because this is a process that we encourage and we really do support. And it's for two reasons. It's for recognition and it's for protection. I think we have an enlightened group of officials and leaders in the city right now. That could always change in the future. We think protection is a really important part of what we are doing there. We do want to bring the facility directly into the 21st century. We've been taking some good steps. There are some more functional steps that we wish to take, and we don't believe that those will be steps that affect the architectural integrity, which is of utmost importance to us. I don't know if Don is also on the line. I was hoping he could add a couple of words.
I see Don. He put his hand down. Don, would you like to say a couple words? And then we have Daniel Seraldo as well, following Don Worth.
Don.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi, Don Worth, 1390 Ocean Drive. I'm an enthusiastic Rhythm Foundation board member. And from the operational side, I've just been so thrilled to see the way this building is being used, especially since we did the last round of improvements last year. Everything has just really taken off. We're getting increased use, gospel concerts coming from the Arch Center. The canopy, which I know, Barry, you've alluded to, I guess maybe we have a difference of opinion there. I happen to think it's consistent with the initial design of the building. It makes the building much more functional and usable. And as a community cultural facility, that's just an important thing to us, to really try to see if we can balance two things. Barry worked 20 years ago with me on a MIMO photography exhibit, which moved up to New York City, and the band shell was actually on the cover of this building. And I think, James, the organization is sincerely...
Don, your 1 minute is up.
Okay.
Okay.
Daniel.
Daniel?
Daniel, you have 1 minute.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, first of all, Barry Klein, you're our hero. I hope within the next 3 minutes you make the motion to finally get the staff to start the process, because I think it's been around 10 years that we've been trying to nudge this in the right direction. Tomorrow at the City Commission, the International Inn will be designated historic, and I think there's no better building to be an individual site than the band shell, locally designated. Very important. We could do national anytime, but now is the time to finally move forward locally. Thank you.
Okay, do I hear a motion, please?
I'll make that motion I'd like to make that motion for the staff to move forward with local designation of the North Beach
Well,
band
the
shell.
motion should be is for staff to direct staff to prepare a preliminary evaluation recommendation.
Yes, to prepare the preliminary evaluation.
Is there a second?
I did.
Nancy, second. Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And that's everyone. Any opposed? No. Okay,
Thank
so
you.
we will
Thank
take
you.
that direction. And with that, I want to wish everybody a very happy holidays because we do. Actually, we have a couple minutes. Can I give you the log cabin update?
Sure.
Because I did receive that. That is, it's still in tranche 2, so it is scheduled to begin in 2022 with an estimated complete date of 2025. So we're right on track with that. No changes have been made. That will be in the next. We're working on tranche 1 now. That will be in the next round. So I think that was good news. Kirk, I know that was your item. Did you have any other questions, or are you satisfied with that?
No, I mean, I appreciate the update. The only question I would have would be, what would the process be? Because as I understand it, there's not a designated location, a designated use, and I imagine somewhere in the process, those conversations.
Right. There is a resolution which gives an approximate location in the North Shore Park.
Open Space Park? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So once we get further into the planning stages and the design stages, we will be reevaluating that. But the current plan is a location in North Shore Park.
So then my only request would be, when this gets to the stage of discussions, I guess through capital improvements, right, CIP, that maybe we could be notified so we could.
Yes, absolutely. I will keep you updated.
That's wonderful. Thanks so much.
You're welcome. Okay, so I think that's good for today. I wish everybody a very happy holiday season, and we will see. I'm sure I'll talk to you before, but we'll see you in the new year. Thank you. Thanks to everyone at the convention center. Thanks to the board members that that are there, and all of our staff that's been over there all day as well. Thank you so much, and happy holidays, guys. Take care.
Thank you all very much. Happy holidays.
Bye-bye.